Wasani. My name is Nelly Muluka, as I'd said earlier, from Kenya Film Classification Board. I'm the Acting Chief Manager, Corporate Services and Administration. We are just about to start shortly, and I want to once more say welcome, feel very welcome. Maybe just to set the stage rolling before we get to the national anthem. Fred Obonde. Where is Fred Obonde Owiti? Fred, please come. Umejua tuko kwa usanii, and I would have just wanted one or two papers. We are settling down, finishing with the two people registering there. Fred, kuja utumbuize. What do you need? You just need to stand here. How are you, Fred?
I'm good.
I'm Nelly.
I'm Fred.
What do you have?
I have a poem.
You have a poem?
Yes.
In Luo Pin?
No,
in English.
Pan-African poem.
Pan-African poem.
Yes.
Tupigie Fred Makofi. Fred, give us a brief 2-minute Pan-African poem. Karibu.
Hi guys. Hello.
Kwani amjafurahia Fred na nyinyi mkuleta yenu, hebu pigieni Fred makofi. Fred, toa sauti.
Hello. Sinichapie sauti makofi kidogo hivi. Well, Fred is a Pan-Africanist and I'm African. I believe in Africa. I believe in African solution to African problems. Mama, 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 mama. Mama Africa, sweet mama, Mama Africa. As the deer pants for the cool waters in an afternoon, the hot afternoon of Africa, so does my soul pound for my Mama Africa. Lovely, beautiful, big, and rich. Mama's breast always gave us enough milk. Mama gave us honey to enjoy in times of drought. But today, Mama is crying. Until the philosophy that hold one race superior and another inferior is finally and permanently discredited and abandoned, it shall be war. Until the color of a man's skin is of no more significance than the color of his eyes, everywhere is war. So they say that Africa is black. Never. Africa has never been black. Africa was always green until we cut down the trees. I have never seen a black man in Africa unless my art teacher was wrong to show me the color black. Emancipate yourself from mental slavery. None but ourselves can free our mind. Have no fear for atomic energy, 'cause none of them can stop the time. Until the ignoble and unhappy regimes that hold our brothers captive in Africa have been toppled and utterly destroyed, it shall be war. We Africans will fight, not with guns and bombs, but with our education and our religion. For the man that you worship is God, you become his slave and becomes your master. Africa is one. There's no North Africa, no South Africa, no West Africa, East Africa. We are one. Show me the boundaries. There's no African Africa and there's no Arabic Africa. We are one. Africa, unite, 'cause we are moving right out of Babylon. We are going to our furthest land. Until that day, when Africa decides that our religion is more superior to that which was brought to us across these oceans by the ships, until Africans decide that the color black is what we have, for they brought us the bleaching agents to turn our skin lighter, but at the point of death, in the casket All the light-skinned Africans turned back to black. Africa is one.
Let's give it up once more for Fred. Thank you, Frederick, for opening for us with that wonderful poem. Na kuna mtu mahali na kitu naniona tu kando. Later on, in between, I could give you an opportunity. So we are going to start. As I said, my name is Nelly Muluka Oluoch. Nikikuwa huku wacha niongeze ile ya huku. Nelly Muluka Oluoch. I'm the Acting Chief Manager, that is Corporate Services at the Kenya Film Classification Board. So because we are starting, I would have loved to ask you to move slightly ahead, or if you are comfortable where you are, then, but let's fill this table. Let's fill up this table. Mnaona TV ndio ile, na umejua tu hiyo TV, mtu wako ule wa kitambo atakuona hapo, aseme we ule angalia Otieno nonyi, angalia Atieno Adhiambo ndio ule. So Ajuoga, kuna hata Ajuoga. So songa mbele, you just never know who will see you. Mwingine anaweza kuwa na ka-M-Pesa kuona kutumie. So, Secretariat, are we ready with the national anthem and the East African anthem? If we are, kindly let's be on our feet to honor our anthems as we begin.
Mungu twaomba uilinde Jumuiya Afrika Mashariki, tuwezeshe kuishi kwa amani, tutimize na malengo yetu. Jumuiya yetu sote tuilinde, tuajibike, tuimarike. Umoja wetu ni nguzo yetu, idumu jumuiya yetu.
Thank you very much. Let's be seated. Karibuni once more. I'm going to invite Redemptor Amondi Odinga. I'm adding the last name intentionally, but it's her name. Redemptor Amondi Odinga to come and start us up with the prayers. What happened to Redemptor? Oh, thank you, Red. Karibu.
Okay, let us believe and pray. Dear Heavenly Father, we come before you this morning. We are grateful, Lord, for the way you've been together with us, Lord, even to allow us to gather in such a place at such a time, King of all the glory. Thank you, Lord, even for all the participants who have allowed to show up here, God. Thank you, Lord, even for the board. And even thank you, Lord, for our country as large. My Father, as we begin, we pray that your presence will be together with us, Lord. We pray that the deliberations that we'll make upon this day, Lord, will be beneficial for us, for the industry, and even for the country at large. I ask this in the name of our Lord Jesus Christ. Amen.
Okay, thank you very much, Redemptor. And I'm seeing a young man coming here. Hata amenyoa kijenzi. Habari yako jenzi?
I'm old enough.
Nani alikunyoa?
I'm old enough.
You are old enough?
Yes.
Mbona unakaa kama hao? Tuanguke nayo. Okay, as we begin, I'm just going to give a few introductory remarks And upon finishing that, I'll be calling on the next person from KFCB from within the region who will therefore lead us to the next part of this. I am a jack of all trade and a master of all. So before nianze nipate makofi. Thank you very much. As I said, for me, I'm not new to most of you because we've met in different forums. There are people here that we started with maybe in 2017, 2018. I can see them. I can see the group that they have brought around. I just want to start by actually appreciating and commending all of you. One, for keeping time. Two, for turning up. And those of you who know Naweza, Naweza was actually a child of the Kenya Film Classification Board because we began with Mzee Anthony. Anthony, umekuwa mzee? Hebu simama. Huyu anapita kuwa mzee ama hapana? Sametosha. So now it's official. Very good. So we began with him. Keti chini mzee. And others, and we've been working very closely, and we've seen many creatives grow because of KFCB, and we want to thank you. So I'll just give a few words. First of all, allow me to take this opportunity to welcome all of you and to thank you for honoring our invitation to this important and unique stakeholders engagement. It is indeed unique. We have engaged you before, but we've not been this many, and it has not been with this diversity that we've given it. Secondly, as a matter of course, the Kenya Film Classification Board is set to conduct sessions of stakeholders engagement forums dubbed Creatives in Art and Film Literacy, otherwise shortened as Cafil. And we are going to do this in 4 regions. We chose to begin with Kisumu City. And, we just had to begin here so that you set the pace for the others. You always are set pacers. Tujipigie makofi. Thank you very much. So not just the city, but its environs as well. This is actually the second phase of this particular program, because we covered the wider Nairobi region and a few places in the first phase. So why are we doing this? The government of Kenya is actually keen on engaging critical stakeholders as we work towards harnessing the potential of creatives locally to make a meaningful contribution to the national economy. It does not mean you are not making, but you have a potential, you can do better, you can do more, and therefore we are just believing with the such sessions, we should be able to come up with, or rather to impart you in such a way that you will contribute even better and bigger to the national economy, and starting with yourselves, your region, as you impact even beyond. Through this engagement of today, and the other regions that we will be moving to, because from here we would also love to do the Nakuru region. We should be towards the Mount Kenya side, and then we move on to Mombasa. So those 4 regions for this particular one, as we plan again as to when and how God and the resources will make us do it. So through this forum, we aim to empower creatives to create content that upholds Kenya's cultural values while safeguarding children from exposure to inappropriate media content, among other objectives. Further, we are aiming to impart all necessary regulatory information, not only about Kenya Film Classification Board, but all the players in this field, so as to guide and break down information for creatives and on all the key roles, or rather the role of all the agencies and players in the audiovisual regulatory space to ensure a seamless and efficient service delivery to spur the growth of film and audiovisual and the creative industry at large in the country. So we began with an engagement amongst ourselves as a government regulatory agency that works within this space, And then we are going to simplify, package, and just talk about everything to do with this regulatory space, so that at the end of the day, we want to believe we should be able to create a facilitative regulatory environment, as well as ease the way of doing business for the creatives, not only in this region, but countrywide. Therefore, with those few remarks, I want to thank you once more, to appreciate you for coming, to say that I hope by the end of the day, you will be having answers to many questions that you've been thinking about this space. You'll have learned something new, something that will take you from where you are today to the next level. And that will be good for you and for the good of the creative industry and for our country at large. Thank you very much. I want to invite my colleague, Emmanuel Mbutu, to take on from here. Emmanuel, karibu. Mimi makofi yaingie. So mnaona hata mimi ni msanii kivyangu. Asanteni.
Amen. Good morning once again. I want to thank you for honoring our invitation and being here with us today. We don't take it for granted. And in the interest of time, we're going to start with the introductions, and I want to call upon KFCB staff to please come here and hurry up so that we can introduce ourselves. I'll give you 15 seconds. Tell us your name, the region you come from, and the department.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Alexander Marcos Masiga. I work for KFCB at the head office and mainly in the licensing and registration departments. Thank you.
And I'm Redempta Amondi Oginga. I work at a classification department, Nairobi region.
Good morning. Hey, mmetoka. Good morning. Okay, my name is Nesia Chieng, Kisumu region.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Eunice Mwanza Geda, now that we are claiming the region. I'm also from Nairobi region and from the legal department. We'll be interacting later.
Good morning. I'm Annabelle Cheshiniwe, Nairobi Film Classification Department.
Good morning. I'm Boniface Karwashi Maura, Western Region.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Beatrice Indimuli, Compliance Department in Nairobi.
Good morning. My name is Josephine, Western Region, Kakamega, Film Department, Film Licensing.
Good morning, everyone. Alphonse Mo from the ICT Department, KFCB Nairobi.
Morning, everyone. I'm Maureen from Kisumu office.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Hesbon Orina Abuga. I work under the Film Registration and Licensing Department, head office.
Ladies and gentlemen, good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Brian Ombayo from the head office in Nairobi.
Hello, guys. My name is Khalif Abubakar, head of investigations and security.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Victor Okello from Licensing Department, Nairobi region. Thank you, and karibuni sana.
Good morning, everyone. Felix Otieno are my names from Nairobi region, Planning and Research Department.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
I'm Simon Akimoy from Western Region, Film Classification Department.
God is good, and all the time. Jacqueline Onyego, Kisumu office.
Good morning, everyone. My name is Linda Jumbari from Nairobi, Broadcast Compliance Department.
Good morning, everyone.
Good morning.
My name is Lawrence Kitemang, Corporate Communications Department from Head Office, Nairobi.
Thank you, colleagues. And because we are many and in the interest of time, we might not introduce ourselves in person, but ningeomba, maybe when I call your organization's name, unasimama, you just wave at the team. In no particular order. I'll start with Victoria Youth in Film. Kindly, just stand up and wave. Kindly. Thank you, Victoria Youth in Film. We also have Amazon Theatrics Ensemble. Amazon Ensemble, please. Thank you. You are a big team. We have Waka Waka Production. Thank you, Nick. We have Kwach Rading Production. Thank you. We have Miale Films. Thank you, Miale. We have Naweza Films. Thank you, Asanteni. Thank you for coming. We have Lakeside Thespians. Good. Asanteni. We have Phoenix Entertainment. Asanteni sana. Thank you for coming. We have Lakewood Production. Thank you for honoring our invitation. We have Mama Grace Onyango Social and Cultural Center. About Masira, Asante. And your team, I've not seen your team. Thank you. Good. Sorry. We have Mega Cinemas. Hawajafika bado, watafika. We have Department of Film Services. They are there. And good. Thank you. We have Manyata Youth Resource Center. Albert and your team, thank you for coming. We have Manene Talent Hub. Good. Asanteni. We have Tumaini in the house. Wajafika bado. We have Nairobi Aviation College, Department of Journalism and Communication. Kindly stand up and wave. Thank you. We have ICS College. ICS in the house. Good. Asanteni sana. We have Art Intelligence. Asanteni, thank you for coming. We have Laser Arts Ensemble in the house. Asanteni, thank you for coming. And I think I'm done. We have any other freelancer or any other organization that I've not mentioned? Please stand up and wave. And maybe mention the organization if you don't mind. Thank you, Odwar. Thank you. Asanteni.
My name is George Chunga.
Asante. Thank you once again, and back to you, Madam Nelly.
Okay, let's give it up for Mbuto, please. Tumpigie makofi. Emmanuel Mbuto is very key and important here for you people. Please take note of him. angalieni hiyo that jua, kwa sababu Anthony is the regional manager for this area. That means this county and the counties within the Kisumu. He's in charge of actually the Nyanza region. Where is your office?
Huduma Center, floor number 5, Wing B. You can pay us a visit, and if you my number 025 0725 263 262. 0725 263 262. Thank you.
Warembo, mmepata hiyo number, but are you taken? Okay, ametuonyesha. So hiyo namba mnajua cha kufanyia, si ndio? We are going to move on to the presentations, and while I call my colleague Eunice Mwanza, who will be starting us off, just before Eunice comes, where's Newton? Newton amepotea. Newton, where are you? He has something he wanted to, he can just entertain us briefly for 2 minutes as we move on. Namuona nangaika kule. I want to believe Sibangaiko. Eunice, you can meanwhile be getting ready. Newton, do I skip or you are ready? So if you realize from the introductions that we had, we have different types of wasani around. And this time it is the diversity, different genres, because FCB, anything that goes audiovisual, then it becomes our business. So we are with the right people and you are in the right place. Feel welcome. We are now starting the presentations. If you will be having any concern, we will engage. We want this to be participatory. We want you to be engaged as much as possible. So if his 2-minute presentation, I will ask Eunice to begin, and then I'll to do it. Eunice McCoffey, you can. I want to introduce Eunice before she comes in. She may be brief and up to the point, but she's only up to this, but she's a learned friend. And by the time the learned friend is done, we shall all be learned. Tupigie Eunice McCoffey. Eunice, take over.
Thank you, Madam, for that introduction. I hope I live up to all of your expectations. Before we start, I'll ask you to project. Before we start, I just want to get an idea, and I want us to have the same vibe and the same energy together. So we'll pass the mic around, see where or what your perception of KFCB. I've seen that you guys interact with the board a lot. Is there anyone who is fairly new to the industry of VC? Anybody? Oh, there you go. Oh, are you new or you're just working? Anyone who has been in the industry for about a year, 2 years? Of hands? Oh, you're all set in the industry. So this question will be fun. All right then. Are the microphones around? So can anyone tell me what KFCB is, or who KFCB is, or what you think KFCB is? Anyone? Anyone willing? There could be a present. You guys, we can get the microphone over there. Is there anyone else while they also, so we can have you have the microphone ready? Is there anyone else? Should I pick? Do I pick? I pick a lady for balance. You ready to be picked? Okay, we'll have the gentleman here as well at the front. Guys, this is interactive. This was not a presentation type situation. So we'll be interacting a lot. So mwanza kucharge, drink water, be ready. There's tea. There's, I won't release you here until you answer my questions. Oh, the microphones are not working. ECA, it's not also an exam, but you can discuss amongst yourselves. You can also discuss. Are we ready? There was a gentleman with a very big voice. I don't know whether he can sambaza for you. You can also give me your name and the organization.
Check 1, 2.
No, it can't work. Okay. My name is Akecha Obat Masera, the CEO of Margaret's Ango Short. KFCB is a government body charged with the responsibility of empowering filmmakers and other people in the creative industry by organizing regulations that governs the industry. Thank you.
It's a very good one. Give him a clap. Kuja unione baadaye. Come see me later. Anyone else?
KFCB, Moses Odua. It is this body that bans films and ban.
There are no wrong answers here today. Thank you. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone with a perception of who we are? Yes, madam. Right there. Right there. You can stand and give us your name, your organization, if you have one.
I'm Gila Veronica from Naweza Film. KFCB is that board of management that control or guides what people consume in film.
Good, good. Thank you for that. Give her a clap. All right. So we are a government agency, as you've heard. Does anyone know any other government agency that deals with or regulates or is within the film industry? Does anyone know any other? You have a handbook. Any other agency that you can think of? There's a Mwakenya right in front of you. Guys, anyone? Hands up. And what you think they do? Anyone? Yes, sir.
Good morning. My name is Pamina Somondi. I know of Kenya Film Commission, KFC, that is in charge of at least giving us funding. I know of Department of Film Services, DFS, in charge of documenting government projects. I know of music copyright again, that is a little bit affiliated with film. And because I didn't answer what KFCB is, I think in Kenya, we have Kenya Police. In film, we have KFCB.
Okay, I accept the violence. We'll accept it. Thank you. We also in red. We'll give you back. Anyway, so yes, so I can perhaps with that we have a bit of an understanding. So what this session will be to demystify some of these things. So some of the regulatory agencies that we have and what they can do for you as creatives. What we'll also do, we'll give you the mandate of the Kenya Film Classification Board for those who think we are just the police. We are not police. We police sometimes, but we are not the police. So that is what we'll be doing in our presentations. We'll have a session, an interactive session where you can ask any questions that you want. We'll answer to the best of our knowledge. We all have this handbook, right? So this provides a lot more information of what we'll be giving our presentation on today. So with those few, I will get to the boring extremely. I will try and make it as fun as I can, but this is my profession, so it is not fun. So I'll try and make it as short as I am, and we'll just get started. So All right. Sorry, technology. So, what is the Kenya Film Classification Board? Like I said, we are a regulatory agency, and our mission and our vision is an empowered and informed consumer. Not only the consumer, but you, of course, the end product of what we do is who we protect, and also to create a conducive and facilitative environment to spur industry growth through the efficient and effective regulation of film content within the Kenyan jurisdiction. I have to keep standing here. Okay. Can I walk with the microphone? Anyway, so the Kenya Film Classification Board, back to us. We regulate on 5 levels. What we will be discussing, I'll just give an overview and then we'll have the rest of representatives give a bit more detail with respect to what we do specifically. But we regulate the creation, the distribution, the possession, the exhibition, and the broadcast of audiovisual content in the country. We'll see later on the meaning of audiovisual content as prescribed by our Act. So what is our legal basis for being in this organization of violence that you've called us? We have a constitutional mandate, being the supreme law of the land, under Article 2.6. I'll just run them through very quickly. They're in the handbook. I don't want to give you a whole lecture on the Constitution. You know, we've already gone through that with the people shall and the people may. We'll stick here. So Article 2.6 talks about any convention, any international treaty, and any other agreement that has been signed by Kenya will form part of the law of this country. We have Article 10 and 11, which talk about the cultural values and also the principles of governance. We have Article 24. So from 19 to 53 actually is a chapter on Bill of Rights. More specifically with respect to film and any creation essentially is with respect to Article 33. So Article 33 actually gives you the right and the freedom of expression. So you can express yourself in any way that you want. Only that, there's nothing that is absolute in this world. The only thing probably is taxes. I won't get into that. So for Article 33 has prohibitions. So while you have a freedom to express yourselves, there are legal prohibitions and there are constitutional prohibitions. One of the prohibitions is if you're advocating for hate, if it is hate speech, vilification of others, if anything that you have expressed yourself in any format within film, within anything else, is discriminatory to others and is against any statute that has been presented or any statute that is in that has been prescribed essentially. And so Article 24 is actually where it gives you that basis of while the Bill of Rights are absolute, Article 24 says that the legal requirements for you to actually put any prohibition on an act for any freedom of expression, I don't know if I've lost you somewhere, has to be reasonable. There has to be something else that would be different that you would have considered before you do what you've done. So the reasonability of it is also a consideration when you come to prescribing some of these laws. Article 46 is about consumer rights, where not only you as a creator, but as a consumer have a right to actually complain and actually have anything fair with respect to consumerism. And also Article 53 is about the right of a child and the child, how the child needs to be protected. We'll see how this plays itself out in a bunch of other statutes. What is our legal basis is the Films and Stage Plays Act, which is Cap 222, the laws of Kenya. We will get stuck right into it. Okay. So as I'd mentioned before, we have 5 functions within which we regulate. So the first one is with respect to creation, where we register film agents, we register local filmmakers. We also register international filmmakers, whereby they will be registered through the film agents. How many here are film agents? Is there a film agent here? Does anyone know what a film agent is? No? Okay, we'll get there. So you'll have an understanding of who a film agent is, and you might end up being one yourself. So we also register distributors and exhibitors of film. We prescribe guidelines. The guidelines that we are talking about will be with respect to film classification. Our sister, my colleague, Redempta, will be dealing with that in detail. We also do the classification itself. Not only do we prescribe those guidelines, we actually follow those guidelines to classify anything that is distributed or exhibited to the public. So it has to be prior classification before you exhibit or distribute. We also monitor compliance, of course, with respect to any other aspect of it. So, is your license, is it valid? Have you exhibited anything that is rated by the board? Yes, no. Do you have the requirements? Have you met the conditions of your licenses, your filming license, for example? Have you met those conditions? So that's what we also do. We also give consumer advice. Consumer advice is where after the rating, not only is there a rating, not only is there the classification, but there's a rating system, which is up there. So if you see those ratings, the GE, PG, 16, 18, that is part of our consumer advice. Another part of consumer advice can also be counted as this, where we actually go to the public and give them advice on their consumer trends and what it entails for you as a consumer and what your rights and your obligations are. I'll just stand here. I've already gotten used to it. So, okay. Can I ask a question? What do you think film is? Before we go there. Does anyone know what a film is? Do you reckon it's just a conventional word, film? Anyone with an idea? No? I continue. Come on, guys. We said this is interactive. We're interacting. Hand up. Nilisema munione kando. You guys think I'm joking. I have nice things. Anyone who wants to try? Take a gander? Okay. We'll do this after tea. So, a film is anything that is audiovisual in nature. So, anything that has both components of audio and visual, but it has to have the visual part of it. So, that has been prescribed in the Act as a film. So, it is not just the conventional 90-minute movie that you're used to. It's not the conventional program that you're used to. A music video is a film. All these categories of films, which we'll be discussing also later on, fall within the description of what a film is. And that is found in Section 2 of the Act. We have Section 4, which is with respect to the filming license. So most of you are filmmakers here. There's a big group of filmmakers, hongera kwenyu. Section 4 talks about the fact that you cannot film anything in the country, anything that we have spoken about, any audiovisual work in the country, whether you're taking it outside, whether it is remaining in, anything that is for public exhibition or distribution without having to obtain a filming license in the country. I will not get into those details. Those details will come in the next presentation, but just remember that that is an actual requirement by the law. The next section is talking about the exhibition and distribution of content. So not only are you required to get a filming license, you are also required to submit the same content for classification before you exhibit, before you distribute this content. It does not matter actually whether you made it or not, for as long as you have it in your possession and you require to exhibit it anywhere in the public, whether for sale, whether for hire, whether you're just even projecting it on the road over here, it has to be submitted for classification. That is the requirement of Section 12. The exception, for every rule, there's an exception. So the exception to this is that anything that has been approved, this is, when you say KIE, we mean KICD now, anything that has been approved by the Kenya Institute of Curriculum Development, anything that is for educational purposes has been exempted from the aspect of classification, and anything that is for the medical profession. So if your main hustle is a doctor and your side hustle is a filmmaker, there's a way. you've won. The government is also exempt, but that will come in later. And remember the rating that we had talked about, the GE, PG 16 and 18. This is provided for in section 17 as read together with section 16 of our act. And it says prior to, of course, naturally prior to exhibition and distribution, you have to submit. Also, another thing you have to submit is a poster that is related to the film that you have. So if you have any posters also, they have to be submitted for classification. The rating for classification of posters is either it is approved for public exhibition or not approved for public exhibition. It is very straightforward. It does not have the ratings, the natural ratings that we have. So those are the two ratings that we have for those two. I already spoke about this. So the Act actually specifies, so if anything that is not acceptable for the general public, which is the GE rating that we have up there, it will be rated as unsuitable for children under the age of 10, which is a PG-10, and also unsuitable for the children under the age of 16, as well as for adults only. And then my favorite, someone said, banned. But it is not a ban, it's a restriction, but it is, yes, you like to call it banned. So, you know, yeah, you can marinate on that one. All right, so we are not the police. You know, sometimes you can't negotiate with the police. You can negotiate with us. Before we give the ratings, this will be detailed again. Like I said, you have a right of appeal. So if you feel that you're not satisfied with any decision that the board has made, if your license has been revoked, if you're not comfortable, if you're not okay with the classification that has been given, after you've exhausted all the internal mechanisms that we have within the organization, you can actually appeal. You can appeal our decision. This is provided for in section 29 of the Act. And so you appeal to the Cabinet Secretary. These are, bear in mind, this is a very old Act, and we are in the process of reviewing some of these mechanisms so that we are also not only constitutionally aligned, but we actually give you an opportunity to go through an independent body of sorts with professionals that are able to actually sit down and look at your appeal. And so the policy that is upcoming and that will be discussed or that you have seen around, I'm sure, we'll talk about a tribunal essentially that would sit down and have a look at these appeals. But for now, we have the Cabinet Secretary, and the Cabinet Secretary has every right to either set up a tribunal or do whatever is necessary under the powers given to him. We have penalties. So for every carrot, there's a stick. So this is where our policing comes into play. So if you are found to have been in contravention of the Act in any way, and you're found to be guilty, not only will you be fined per offense, by the way, of 100,000. So if you have 7 offenses, that's 700,000. Don't look at it as one blanket 30 offense and then you, no. There's some math inside there. So per offense, you will give 100,000 or you'll be imprisoned or both. Let them sink in. Okay, so in addition to that, your film may be confiscated and destroyed and will never be exhibited anywhere in the public within this Kenyan jurisdiction. We'll revoke your license, we'll revoke your certificate of approval, or any other requirement that has been given to us or to you by us will be revoked. And any physical film that you have may be destroyed. And so, with that, those few remarks, as short as I am, I finish here. I would urge you, if you have any questions, perhaps to hold off until the end of this presentation, because some of the questions may be answered in some of the presentations that we have. I will invite our next presenter, Alexander Marcos, to actually give you an overview on how and the workings of the legal requirements with respect to making of a film. I will see you again later and to bore you again with few more other legal requirements, but I'll promise it will be short and sweet. And so I thank you for your attention, and we can get a bit of guidance. I know we've been sitting here for quite some time, so we can get guidance from our able MC. Thank you.
Unatafuta memo, huyu si MC, huyu ndio ule mdosi wako. Tupigie Eunice makofi. But I'm happy, Eunice, I'm hoping after this, somebody, to these people you see here, you know this is Kisumu. Somebody might have a wedding, they might have what Anita to, since Eunice has already marketed me as MC. Mnipigie name Eunice makofi. I told you she may be brief. She will also be brief with the presentation, but it is engaging. Remember Eunice ulisema uonwe kando na, where is Obat Masira? Eunice said here, umuone kando. Sasa mimi sijui, lakini Eunice has committed herself. Thank you very much, Eunice. I want to invite that friend of mine. Actually, I'd confused his Kenton, but I said Newton. You can only find Kentons, Newtons, and the other tones from around here. So Ton nakupea dakika moja tu hivi. Ton ni msanii kuja, and huwa anatumia anything. He can use balls, mipira yani. And then kuja. He can also use bottles. So whatever you do with that information, hiyo ni yenu. Karibu.
Hello guys, good morning. My name is Kenton, Iconic Media. So far I've not registered, but I'll register. I'll be performing. I've not carried my balls, but I'll be performing with water. So DJ, you can drop.
All night, oh, every night. So hold tight, ooh, baby, hold tight. Oh, she said, anyway you want it, that's the way you need it. Anyway you want it. She said, anyway you want it, that's the way you need it. Anyway you want it. I was alone, I never knew what good love could do. Then we touched, then we sang about the loving things. All night, oh, every night. So hold tight, baby, hold tight. Oh, she said.
Makofi for him. You heard him very well. I told you thought it was me. Said hajabeba nini? Aya, tumpigie makofi. For gender balance, Mary, where are you? Nitakuwaletea Gen Z. Wapi Mary? Mary Jones. Hata jina mnaona? Makofi for Mary Jones akiingia. Mary Jones. Come in style, Mary Jones. You have between 30 seconds and 1 minute, and then we move.
Good morning, I'm Mary Jones, and I want to do a voiceover. I would like the DJ to please, an advert, instrumental, an advert. Would you please play me an advert instrumental, please? Advert tune too.
DJ, advert tune, advert all this. Okay, she's there. Ready? DJ, ukiendelea kutafuta Marcos, please get ready so that immediately Miss Jones, Miss and Mrs. You got it, Miss. Welcome to
Classification Board, KFCB. It is a state corporation established under the Films and State Plays Act Cap 222 of the laws of Kenya, 1998. Our role is to regulate the creation, broadcasting, possession, distribution, and exhibition of film and broadcast content. Our mission: to create a conducive and facilitative environment to spur industry growth through efficient and effective regulation of film content. Our core values: professionalism, integrity, and innovation. Our vision: an informed and empowered consumer. Our brand promise: safeguarding your real world. Thank you.
Okay, let's clap for Miss Jones in a better way. I want to ask the technical KFCB Marcos, mama nikuulize. You know, ndio mdo. Tunataka brand ambassador ama tutaki. Miss Jones adatosha ama toshi. So, ladies and gentlemen, I want to introduce to you the latest KFCB brand ambassador, Miss Mary Jones. Hello. Thank you. Okay, now thank you, Mary Jones. So now, probably I feel, because of the energy levels, do I trust you for 15 minutes to take tea and come back, or we continue and you'll take the tea later? Okay, why I'm asking this, from where I come from, that is the western part of this country, we really value that part of the tea. There will also be lunch, and you can imagine when your tea and your lunch are together, sindio? So that tukunywe chai, tukisikiza, tukipumzika kidogo, tukingojea lunch, sindio hivyo? So we shall go, I believe, in that hall. You are going to be shown by our ushers. Please, 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 let us go for exactly 15 minutes and then we come back. See you soon. Asanteni. for all. Tafadhali, what you are going to do where you are, take your phone, chukua simu yako, hebu toa simu. Na kama una simu nione kando. Nani ana simu aonyeshe? The reason you are going to see me kando, kwanza unapata kofi moja ya kukosa simu. In this era, you don't have a phone. Then I take you to your account very quickly to withdraw money and buy a phone. Sindio? Aya, makofi. Take your phone. Take a picture of yourself. Jichukue, ukipenda mtu ako karibu na wewe ambao umemjua, take a picture with them also. And then, after you've taken the picture, take the picture, and then we have the hashtag Usanii Safe for All. Usanii Safe for the letter and then all. Sijui studio wamekataa kunipatia tu, but ni sawa. Usanii Safe for All. So please take the picture, post. I'll be looking at that picture. Nikiangalia nikiona ule traction yake attracted the most, ataniona behind the tent. Sindio? Okay, with that said and done, I believe the QR code that you are given, again, you are also continuing to ensure that you go back to it and you take the survey. Without any wasting of time, Madam Naki mna bahati. Madam wenyu amedance pale, nikasema nikirudi Nairobi ni gym. I will be dancing. Vile tu alidance hapo hivyo hivyo banange. Madam Beatrice Odongo, welcome. Come and address. Hawa ni watu wako kidogo wakusikie. Makofi as she comes.
Good morning. Good morning once again. I'm requesting one artist to come and sing for me. Kujitolea tu. I already have a volunteer. Wow. It will take 1 minute of my time.
So hello guys, my name is Frederico Duar. I also go by the name Simulizi. So we're gonna sing a song for our dear lady Beatrice. Yae kawango. You can just dance to the tune. Okay. Yae samane no Beatrice. To chunya amor. To yae samane no Beatrice. To wang amor. Yae to my madam. My madam, majipako, yae. So when I go, yae, my madam, majipako. Sa, yae, my madam, majipako, yae, my madam, matumwero. Twende, yae, my madam, matumpako. Yae, my madam, matumwero.
I think he deserves a better clap. I did it intentionally because I know as an artist, you can't lack anything to do when called upon. Just within that short time he's here, at least he has drafted a song for me. So it really shows that all of us where we are, especially for the creative arts, you are able to do something depending on the event where you are, the function where you are, and what you are doing. Cindy. So thank you so much. The team that is here today, I worked here with my director, Culture, just to introduce her. Director Nancy Wasama. I know some of you have met her. She's the director for culture and gender in our department. And I want to apologize for coming in late. It was a short notice, but I promised the team that I will be able to be here, even if I'm just passing 5 minutes or 10 minutes. As a department, I really want to appreciate the Kenya Classification Board, Film Classification Board. This is not the first training that they're doing to us and to our artists. This might be the second or the third. It is indeed a privilege that our artist is very important, that we take note of the laws that protect us, and even the guiding principles that guide what we have in terms of the talents that we showcase. Kisumu County is believed to be a county full of talents in both the sporting industry and in the creative industry. My humble request and my humble plea, I want us to maintain the momentum that we have as a county. I'm really so happy. If you go anywhere, you can't miss an artist from Kisumu County. Whether you go to Nairobi, Homa Bay, where, you must get an artist that comes from within Kisumu County. So it just shows how active we are and how committed we have in this industry. For today, I want to appreciate the Kenya Film Classification Board for taking this opportunity to train our artists. It is very important and very key. And I want to request that we could be doing it on a quarterly basis so that the new entrants into the industry are also able to learn as time goes by. We are talking about employment opportunities, and this is one of the areas that will really create employment for our people. One issue that we have, and I want to say it here today, some of us artists, I may be one very soon, feel that we are being misused by some people. We present to them that what they give us is not commensurate to what we have done to them. So I think that area could also be looked into so that we see how do we put either it can be specific charges when you perform in a specific event, and how do we negotiate. It is also very important to know how do you negotiate for an event. There are kind of events. I just want to give an example. Just the other day we were holding the Festac. We were hosting the Festac Festival and I got a privilege to communicate to some of the big artists. And I was like, the charges they were giving me, I'm like, really? So we didn't manage to bring them on board, but at least I learned something from that. That in one event, an artist can charge 400,000, just a performance of 30 minutes or 1 hour. In the same event, an artist will charge 10,000 performing depending on the time they are given. Another one will charge 5,000 or 3,000. So that is why I'm saying it is also important that we get training in terms of how much do we charge when, in which event and where, so that we have a guiding cost principle that guide all of us. I know those who perform during Festac, those who are engaged by the department, they got their token. We call it a token because it is not a pay. Sindio ama? Anyway, I think there are people who may be crying, but anybody who was engaged by the department through Director Nancy was paid. Was paid a token. Sindio? Those who participate, kindly just carry up your hands and confirm that you got your payments. We had how many groups performing? We had 10 groups that were contacted by the county government. I think what happened, because we used the groups who participated during the Kisumu Arts and Culture Festival, and we were taking participants from all the 8 sub-counties that we have within Kisumu County. So SMIs might have come in through Kisumu Central, of which we also had AGES that performed, and other artists also performed. They were all paid to participating artists or groups in all the 8 sub-counties that we have within Kisumu County. But Chunga has confirmed they were paid. Si hiyo inamaanisha department inajaribu, si ndio? Okay. Okay, thank you so much. I was only given 3 minutes. I think I have 1 minute remaining. You know, as artists, we must also laugh. Sindio? We must make the event active so that we feel we are where we belong. Okay, thank you so much. I have a very short speech that I wanted to read to this team here today. And I want to read it. Allow me also to bring to you the greetings of His Excellency the Governor, Professor Peter Nyang'nyong'o, who is also an artist himself. So he's aware the team is here today and he really appreciates. I also forgot to introduce Obat, who is the CEO, Mama Grace Onyango. It is important that we know he's here because the artists are using that facility, Cindy. So thank you so much, Mr. Obat, for coming and also for supporting the artists that we have in Kisumu County. We're also working so hard to ensure that we have Kanyakwar Cultural Center up and running. And I want to assure you by December, the Kanyakwar Cultural Center will be ready for use and occupation. Allow me now to read my speech. The county government of Kisumu has been in the forefront in diversifying and enhancing and enriching its programs to meet the needs of local artists, the countries, and the region. This is evident in the robust growth in the number of artists and infrastructural development to meet capacity requirements. And I want to mention this, I'm so happy, because even the turnout number we have here today is a big number. And I still believe we have others outside there who are also artists, but did get the opportunity to be here. So the number is growing. Let's encourage others also to come on board. It is a space for all of us to take advantage of. Kisumu County, and indeed the world, is now in the technological age. This calls for view of training and research methods to meet expectations of the current media and information landscape. To prepare the next generation of communicators and media practitioners, there is a need for investment in appropriate training to ease navigation in as many platforms as possible, such as print, radio, television media, to web platforms. These have been occasioned by media and device coverage characterizing the current information age. Journalists, film practitioners, theater artists, and other media practitioners are increasingly being required to provide a variety of media content in various formats to suit various platforms. These include text, audio, video, photographs, and other graphics as part of single assignment. To deliver on this and other expectations, practitioners are expected to be well equipped with relevant skills to deliver competitive results. I wish to thank the Kenya Film Classification Board management under the leadership of the Acting Chief Executive Officer, CPA Pascal Opio, for always remembering Kisumu City as they schedule programs to empower the public. It is my hope that our continuous collaboration will help bridge the skills gap by providing human capital with relevant and competitive skills to meet the expectations of changing media and communication landscapes. Communication has become a critical part of strategic planning and of the design and implementation of management activity in both private and public sectors. Advances in technology have greatly expanded career opportunities in communication and media-related fields. To this end, I believe that such forums and the exchange of ideas will go a long way in nurturing drivers of strategic change in these sectors. Ladies and gentlemen, we envisage that the county government of Kisumu will contribute in the key pillars of building national, regional, and international capacity of highly skilled film profession. With these few remarks, I really want to appreciate everybody and thank everybody. And to give an example, I saw Robbie had a film that was on Netflix. So it really shows you that Kisumu County has a lot to show the world. It deserves a clap. So I really appreciate everybody and I want to thank all of you. I may not be here with you the whole day, but I want to thank you for coming. And I believe the training that we'll get from here will be of great impact in our lives. Thank you so much and may God bless everybody. I know you are all my friends. Let's continue being friends. Thank you so much. Simnipe nyimbo moja nikikanya kusa my sister is here hajaniimbia.
So Nyakusa, where are you with wimbo? Kuja. Makofi ya sisi. Madam, thank you very much, and even for the good remarks and the kind words. We are very grateful. I believe the artists, you've heard what Madam has talked about, the things that she said that are close to you. Take advantage of that. When we are in such a forum, people have different objectives. There are those who want to learn and get the opportunities and exploit them. There are those who are just networking for future. There are those who want to share knowledge. But please ensure, Nyakusa, come. There is Nyakusa and I'm Nyakisa. So we have something a bit in common. And when you get that kind of combination, mtaona style ambazo zitaendelea hapa za kudance. Please don't copy. Nyakisa, Nyakusa. Karibu. The stage is yours.
DJ, na hii mta dance wote because I'm welcoming you all to Kisumu. Kisumu, my pride. Nyajokusa. Watu wa Kisumu. The Sunset City, Kisumu Dala, Kisumu Jimor, Kisumu. The Lakeside City, Kisumu Dala, Kisumu Jimor, Kisumu Biurabia, Wageruru Dala, Kisumu Jimor, Kisumu Biurabia, Wageruru Dala, Kisumu Jimor, Kisumu. Kisumu tingo jotugo, Kisumu tingo joba, Kisumu tingo jomariek, professors, doctors, engineers, Wageruru Dala, Kisumu Jimor.
Simameni kila mtu to dance, stand up.
Bia, Kisumu Jimor. Bia, Kisumu Jimor. Bia, Chemeni leteni opusuma. Karibuni tucheze ngoma zetu za kitamaduni. Twende chini, tiliza kiuno, kando kando, mbele mbele, nyuma nyuma, miela miela, nyona nyona, yonga yonga. Karibuni tucheze ngoma zetu za kitamaduni. Twende chini, tingiza kiuno, kando kando, mbele mbele, nyuma nyuma. Kisumu tingo jotugo, Kisumu tingo joba, Kisumu tingo jomariek, professors, doctors, engineers, Wageruru Dala, Kisumu Jiriek. Bia, Kisumu Jimor. Bia, Kisumu Jimor. Bia, Chemeni leteni opusuma.
Kisumu, Iurabia, Wageruru dala,
Kusa
Kisumu
Nyakusa,
jibo.
simamia hapo, shikilia tu hapo Nyakusa. Makofi. Okay, you can see that sweating. Madam CC, umejua mimi nakuanga pasta. Sasa na hii dancing umeniweka ndani hii yote. Sasa hata okay, ni exercise ndio nikikuwa huko nikipreach na nguvu, si ndio? Na kama na sadaka mnaweza kuniona huko nyuma, nimeshatangaza na kuanga pasta. So without wasting any time, I want to call upon my colleague Marcos Alexander Masiga to come. Marcos will be brief and up to the point, short and sweet. Karibu Marcos.
Thank you, Madam Nelly. And I'll start by asking a very simple question. There are 3 films that are doing pretty well, or they have so far done well. How many have watched John Arobi? How many of us have watched John Arobi? How many? How many have watched Bangarang? Bangarang. And how many have watched Otis Janam? Ninawaona tu. Some of us get exposed to some of this content at a very early stage, even before some of you start acting, because we are able to see the blueprints and also to classify. So I think we are privileged to actually get to be the ones to, first of all, be exposed to the content from the lakeside. And I'm telling you, this is one of the vibrant industries. Musiangalie to Nairobi. I know most of us think Nairobi is where the industry is. But there are places, and I'll tell you that Kisumu and Embu are 2 vibrant industries in this country. So for the filmmakers from the lakeside, please keep pushing on, because you guys are doing a great job. And for us to have your films on Amazon, to have your films on Netflix, I think this is such a great honor. Can we appreciate ourselves? And it's authentic content. Si eti tunajaribu kuangalia what the Westerners are doing. Sindio? That is the kind of content we are trying to ensure that, or to encourage you guys to create. So today I'm here to perform a very simple task. There's information that most of us don't have. We are looking at registration of filmmakers, local filmmakers. Madam CEC, I don't know if you know the actual number of filmmakers that you have in this sector, especially in Kisumu. How many? Who has the statistics? Who has the actual number of filmmakers that we have here? Robin, do you have it? Tunajuana? Sasa kama sisi wenyewe hatuna, sasa serikali pia haina, tutasaidiana aje? Registration of local filmmakers. There's also registration of film agents. Do you know who film agents are? And I'm telling you, film services is one area that most of us have never explored, especially the companies from this side. When a foreigner comes to film, someone in Nairobi, sindio? So what are we doing? Sisi ndio tunajua huku vizuri. We know the locations, we filmed here. But how many of us have thought of offering film services to a foreigner? Because there's no way a foreigner will walk into Kenya, acquire a license from the board, get clearances from the other agencies that we'll be discussing today, and film in this part of the country. They must be facilitated by a local company. Did we all know that? Then why aren't we taking advantage of the opportunities that are there? There are companies in this sector that facilitate foreigners. Hiyo ndio kazi yao kila siku. Year in, year out. They don't even produce, they don't film, but they are producers. So that is one thing we'll also be discussing here, and I'll encourage most of us to take advantage of the opportunity of offering film services to the foreign filmmakers that would like to film in Kenya. And then, of course, Eunice mentioned that there's the requirement for a filming license for us to film in Kenya. And I'll tell you, for you to get your content out there, most of these online platforms, the video on demand, and some of the OTT platforms will be looking at compliance. So someone like Robin will tell you that his films are compliant, and that's why he's able to get them out there. I mean, compliance is one of the contributors, but the story is also something else. So these are some of the things that we have in mind. So once we've discussed the three issues, then I think I'll be able to allow you to have some time with Redemptor, who will tell you that she does not ban films, but she only reviews and recommends age appropriateness. So let's start with registration of filmmakers. For a very long time, we realized that our industry is very informal. For those who used to acquire licenses in 2015, 2016 to 2018, I would like someone to just tell me how that used to happen. Before 2022, what was the requirement? I would like to have a roaming mic. Please pass the mic to Robin. And any other part, who else has ever interacted with the board or has acquired licenses from the board before 2022? Okay, you'll be the second and you third. So let's get some quick reactions to that.
Okay, thank you. First of all, it was hectic. You had to go through an agent. You had to pay the agent charges you some fee. Then you will supply the agent with your script, shooting schedule, and there are a list of things. Then it's the agent that interacts with KFC. Then it would take a long time for you to get that. So before 22, it used to be very, very hectic to get a license and expensive.
Thank you. That was the case before we took over the function of licensing the industry. That where we come an individual, you just had to go to an agent. You first register. Registration as a film agent costs 12,000 shillings. You'll see that. But when we took over the function, we realized that many filmmakers were struggling with that. And we said, why can't we redefine the role of the film agent? And believe you me, if an agent approaches you right now and tries to submit an application to the board for filming license, we'll reject it. Because we want them to focus on foreigners, so that a local filmmaker, once they're just registered with us, free of charge, they're able to transact their own business. Sinikweli? Because regulation is not what most of us think. Regulation is facilitation of the sector. And we facilitate both local and foreign filmmakers to ensure that you're able to basically film and make a living out of that film. So we'll be looking at a couple of things here. We are trying to identify the filmmakers. We were with the media here and they posed the question, how many filmmakers are in Kenya? And no one is able to answer that question. Not the Kenya National Bureau of Statistics, not KFCB, not KFC, not the industry itself. So how are we going to organize ourselves? How are we going to attract funding from the government when government doesn't even know how many we are? So when we redefine the role of film agents, we introduce registration of local filmmakers. And all we want is for us to try and structure the industry. In the sense that, why don't we just register a sole proprietorship business, which is affordable, yeah? If at all we are taking this sector with the seriousness it deserves. If at all you think this is the place you can earn your livelihood, why don't you just register a company, a business name? It doesn't have to be a limited company. You register and you come to us and we identify you as one of the local filmmakers free of charge. And I'll tell you that certificate has helped so many, because we started doing this in 2022. I think it was December 2022 when we rolled it out. And so far we have more than 100 filmmakers who are registered with the board, and they like to be identified. I'll tell you for sure that there are certain projects documentation projects that if you apply for, they want something that identifies you. We cannot issue a license if you're applying for a tender, because you don't know if you'll get the tender. Sinukweli, why should I require you to acquire a license from us for you to apply for a tender that requires, such? It does not make sense. So for us, once we've registered you for free, that can help you open some doors. Not all doors, but some doors. So to register as a film agent, we are saying, first of all, you should be a registered company. Register a business name that is sole proprietorship, or you register a limited company. Once you're registered, before you are registered, these are a few things we want. Your registration certificate, either a registration of business name or a certificate of incorporation. Official search, we need to know who is behind this company. Official search is something that you're given when you're registered. And for business name, they even come with in the certificate. So you're able to say this company is run by Robin, and we all have KRA PIN certificates. By the way, we don't handle taxes. Sawa? We don't deal with taxes at all. We want to just know that you're actually a legitimate entity. The company profile, tell us what you do, because there are companies that do adverts, there are companies that do documentaries, there are others who are just doing films, and so many others. Others actually do music videos. We have so many music video production companies. And of course, we like to know, to put a face to the person, we also need identification documents. These are official or national identification documents. This process is done within a day upon receipt of a complete application, and it is free of charge. So can we try and get ourselves identified, because you never know when you will need to actually. The thing is, you need to be interacting with Madam CEC here. You need to be interacting with other foreign companies. You need to be interacting with the government. And the only identifier would be such things. Encourage us to register. All these services are offered online. You don't need to walk into an office for you to get a service from us. You send in your application, you pay online. For registration of local filmmakers, it is done free of charge. Then this is the opportunity I was talking about that most of us in the Lex, from the Lex side, have not embraced. Facilitating foreign productions. And I think probably we should be receiving applications from most of the companies that are registered from your end. You can be a filmmaker who creates their own content, but you also take advantage of the opportunity to facilitate a foreign filmmaker, and in the process, it also for co-productions. As a board, we are looking at how, as a regulator, we can promote co-productions, either amongst yourselves or with foreign companies, because kila mtu hapa anataka kufanya kazi kivyake. Si ni ukweli? Making is a collaborative venture. So a film agent is that Kenyan company that is recognized by the board. You are first of all registered, and when you come to us, register you and recognize you as a company that can facilitate foreign crews. And of course, the filming license is not the only thing you acquire from the board, because once you are registered, you can acquire filming licenses. That's how we operate. But there are also other things you can do. You can acquire special passes for the foreigners. You can get other permits, because ni wangapi wanafikiria ukisha chukua license unaingia hata tu kwa neighbor. Get to the neighbor and start filming. I don't think that is how we work. Sindio? Hata ukitaka ng'ombe wako ale kwa jirani, unafanyaje? Unafanyaje? Ruhusa. Consent is key. So we are looking at all those things, that an agent will also facilitate the foreign filmmaker after acquiring the licenses to also seek the various consents. It could be clearance or consent, whatever is given by that, whatever is issued by the owner of the location. I'm very sure you also work to the county for consent. Si ni kweli? And again, just like the filmmakers, we're also looking at entities that are registered in Kenya. A film agent has a responsibility. I'm telling you, if a foreign filmmaker who is coming to invest 300 million in Kenya to film is inconvenience, that is bad publicity for the country. And so the responsibility we are giving them also comes with strict requirements. So first of all, you must be registered. You need an official search, that's a CR12 or CR13. You need a valid tax compliance certificate. You need to have a website, because we cannot have briefcase companies where your third bedroom is your office and you want to facilitate a foreign filmmaker. How do they even get to learn or to get to know about you or contact you? Hakuna details, much as we publish the details of film agents on our website. So you need to have a website, you need a company profile, and of course, whoever is running the company, the directors, we need their identification documents. But most importantly, you cannot facilitate a filmmaker when you're not a filmmaker. That is deliberate. Because we've had tour companies who are previously registered inconvenience foreign filmmakers because they do not know what it takes to produce a film. Tunakubaliana? So we want production companies to facilitate foreign filmmakers. And that's why we're saying you must have at least one person, not necessarily the owner of the company, but one person who is trained on filmmaking or art aspects of filmmaking. Because if you're trained on aspects of filmmaking, you'll definitely get to understand what filmmaking entails. This also is done within a day. If you submit your application, we'll be able to do that within a day. And of course, the applicable fees is 12,000 shillings annually. If you fail to renew your certificate, it basically means that you are deregistered as a film agent. It is still done online and it's easy. We try sometimes to ensure that we don't do it within 24 hours. But within the time we are in that office, we are able to facilitate you. If the application comes in the morning, then we don't have to wait till the next day or evening for us to facilitate you. Then finally, I'm going to talk about this important requirement for us to film. And for your content to be classified, you ought to have passed through this process because the services are offered by the same entity or same agency. So Eunice mentioned that Section 4 obligates all filmmakers to acquire a filming license from KFCB before filming. And please pay attention to the fact that we will issue a license for pre-recorded audiovisual content, which is meant for sale or distribution to the public. If you're creating any content for the public, let's try and just be responsible enough to acquire the license and ensure that the content is, you are approved to undertake that. By the way, the danger of not acquiring a license is one. If we do not have a conversation, probably you're saying, I'm targeting teens or teenagers, which is a lower rating. We're not classifying at this point. But imagine we've allowed you've gone ahead to film and then you come to Redemptor, she tells you this is restricted. How would you feel after investing so much? How will you feel? I want your honest answer. I remember you talked about banning. How will you feel?
Indeed, you'll have thrown some money down the drain having gone that far without, first of all, seeking approval.
And I think these are some of the considerations we need to make when we're investing. Because if you fail to go through this, when I realize that your content is actually bordering that age, I'll just have a conversation with you and ask you, hey, and by the way, I once read a script, I reviewed a script that was bordering pornography. And I had a conversation with the producer, and they told me, we're actually targeting 16 and above. Honestly, would you really get to 16? I'm not rating at this point, but I'm able to visualize everything that is in your blueprint. So there are certain scenes which did not really, like 2 or 3 scenes, which would have gotten it to a higher rating. And I told him, look, what is your point? What are you communicating? This is what I'm saying. And as a creative, you have more than 1,000 or more, not even 1,000. You have 1,000,000 ways of depicting or communicating the same message. Sidu kweli? That's why you have the same film. You have film on the same subject. And you can find like 20 titles on the same thing. You are not breaching copyright of anyone. You've recreated that and you've told the story from your perspective. That is what we are looking at. The moment they made the adjustments, then we approved the script as they had envisioned. So that is how important it is for us to do this at this stage. Of course, I talked about consent. Once you've acquired the license, please, if you know you're filming within the county, there are locations that the counties manage. If you're filming within a national park, that place is conserved. And government is investing there. If you're going to a private, let's say, conservancy, those guys are investing to conserve the place. Why don't we just make it a habit to seek the necessary clearance or consent before we start filming? That guy will sue you. Yeah? So you only trespass. Then what happens? You are sued. Maybe the budget you had inaenda huko. So this is very important, and we should pay attention to that. Requirements for filming in Kenya. These are basically the documents you need to provide. If you're doing a feature film, I hope you all understand what a feature film is. A quick one. Anyone, what is a feature film? Because I could be talking to myself. What is a feature film? Do you want to help us? And there are global institutions that have classified that. They've defined and classified it.
Yes, a feature film is a film that starts from 45 minutes to an hour, according to me.
Okay. Someone else?
A feature film is a film that any film beyond 40 minutes and above is classified under feature film.
You're correct. And this is one of the institutions that has defined this is the American Academy of Motion Pictures. It has defined a feature film as any film above 40 minutes. But you usually have full-length features. Those ones go even beyond 90 minutes. Tumewatch films za Wahindi. You can do 3 hours. Redemptor, which is the longest? 6 hours. Yes, 3-4 hours. Umeketi you're following a story. Yeah, those are extreme. So there are feature films, there are short films, there are TV series, there are web series, and documentaries. And we are requesting for a detailed synopsis. By the way, tafadhali, we'll help each other. And I would like us to be having forums. Naweza Films. The guys from Naweza Films. Anyone from Naweza? Inaweza ama haiwezi? For those who've attended their trainings. Inaweza ama haiwezi? It's good for us to get to know how we do some of these things. You ask someone for a synopsis, they give you a log line. Those are two different things. I ask for a synopsis, I want a synopsis. And please don't be offended when I reject the application because you've not provided me with a synopsis. And if at all it becomes problematic, we can help each other. Sindio, to write a synopsis. A screenplay. We all know what a screenplay is. We are looking at screenplay writers in the house. Screenplay writers in the house? Hey, Robin, are you not one of them? Screenplay writers in the house. Please create awareness and let us know what a screenplay is. So those documents are critical. And then, of course, these are key people. Producer, director, and the director of photography. The DOPs. We just need details of those people because in case of breach, corporate videos, music videos, testimonials, travelogues, infomercials, and other forms of audiovisual content that can fall there. That's why, remember, we are not talking about genres, we are talking about subject materials because genres are too many nowadays. We just need either a synopsis, a screenplay, a treatment, a script outline, running order, depending on the kind of shoot. And of course, you provide us with the shooting schedule and the documents for the 3 key crew members. For advertisements, treatment is the only thing we'll allow. Sasa, tunajua treatment ni nini, si ndio? Let's pay attention to these terms, treatment. Because for an advert, it's too short for you even to start writing a script. So most of the directors pre-visualize that through a treatment. So that's what we are looking at. How do you apply again? Just go straight to our portal. You will do everything there. And by the way, once you are registered as either a film agent or a local filmmaker, you can now, your account will be active to apply for filming licenses from the board. And we have a note there that we put deliberately. Najua tuna weddings tuna cover, music videos tuna shoot. We are using drones a lot. I personally dread the penalties that come with drones. The easier way is to ensure that you have a license for a permit, that is, to fly a drone. So where you think you need that, you first of all ensure that you've indicated it, that you'll be using your drone either daytime, at night, or both. Or you're not using it. But if you indicate that you're not using it, na upatikane unaitumia, shauri yako. If you do not indicate on the application form that you are not if you indicate that you're not using it, alafu when the Kenya Civil Aviation Authority, they'll send you back to KFCB. You don't want to inconvenience yourself with that. Just complete the form appropriately and submit it to us. What are the timelines? Feature film, TV series, all series. We are talking about 2 working days, within 48 hours, because, some scripts are bulky. Some TV series have so many episodes, and we have to review all of them. By the way, huwa tunasoma. So Robin is fikiria tusomi. Nothing can pass. Short film, documentary, feature film, these are shorts. Anything below? Below what? What is a short film? He defined a feature film. So what is a short film? Below 40 minutes. So yote inakuwa hapo. The applicable fees. These are the fees at the moment. We've had these fees for the longest time for those who've interacted with us. For documentaries or shorts, you pay 5,000 shillings and the daily filming fees of 1,000. So if you want to shoot an advert for 1 day, you pay 6,000 shillings. For feature film, TV series, docu-series, web series, and anything series, you're paying 15,000 per season and plus 1,000 daily filming fees. Tumejaribu, ukiangalia your handbook, this formula is there to try and make us understand what we mean. Sindio, this formula. We've since reviewed our regulations, and we are actually abolishing the 1,000 daily filming fees. We've interacted with filmmakers for a couple of years, and that was the proposal. So once the regulations are enacted, we'll no longer be paying the daily filming fees. And of course, you will know when that happens. Ladies and gentlemen, nimemalizana na wale wa kutengeneza sinema. But it doesn't end here. Sawa? So the next thing is whoever is distributing. Wangapi wanaenda cinema theater? How many of us go to the cinema? How many of us buy movies from the movie shops? Do we know movie shops? How many of us go to video shows? How many of us go to video shows? You know, for me, I watched movies when video shows were not called video shows. They were called video dens. Nowadays, some of them are even close to the cinema theaters. Ni ukweli? That is where we are. These are distributors and exhibitors of films, including what were games. Whatever you're putting out there are images. It's audiovisual content that you're distributing to the public. It is a requirement of the law that before you distribute, that is, when I talk about the law, the only law I can discuss at the moment is the Films and Stage Plays Act. Before you distribute any films or show movies to people, you need to be identified by the board as a distributor or an exhibitor, and we issue with a certificate of registration, which is annual. Kama ushaikutana na hawa watu wote, we are talking about distribution of movies in whatever manner. Kama unauza ukitembea, are you not distributing? Kama una shop, you're distributing. If you're doing it as a VOD or a video on demand platform like Netflix, you're a distributor. There are video libraries. Do we have video libraries in Kisumu where you go and hire a movie, watch for 1 or 2 days like a book and return? You're still part of this. Exhibitors, the cinema theaters, video shows, the video game consoles. Staki niongee your PlayStation because that is a brand. There are so many others. And we're exposing kids to such content. Virtual reality. If you're running a virtual reality hub, in fact, how you expose people to such content, mi wenyewe uogopa. Video game hubs, as long as you are in the public space and you are showing people, hata mobile cinemas, uko pia hapo as an exhibitor. So we also we're trying to ensure that our industry is structured. Those of you who know River Road, there are people I know who used to distribute films there. Yeah? I know people who used to distribute. Those are distributors, eh? And of course, there are people who are individuals. It's very easy. Can you try and formalize our businesses? Let's try and just get a registration certificate of a business name, and we are able to do some of these things. These are just the details. I think ikifika mahali tunaweza kuwa na, you see, you tell us where the county is, the nearest police station, your phone number, physical address, the national ID, and then for corporates, like the cinema theaters and what have you, a certificate of incorporation, the KRA certificate, the location. These are the details you provide for us to be able to register you. How to make your application? It's actually simple. This is the service that has a 1-page application form. Unajaza mara moja na kusubmit. Within 1 working day, you have your registration certificate. It's actually a film video. It's a film distribution and exhibition license. So you just create an account, select the option of your businesses, just an application form. At the moment, those who are still having challenges, because we know there are challenges to do with connectivity, you can walk to the nearest office. Muliambiwa mahali ofisi yetu iko, si ndio? In Kisumu. Iko wapi? This side is very quiet. Ofisi yetu iko wapi Kisumu? Yes. Rudia. Huduma Center, 5th floor. And our regional manager is right there. He's Emmanuel Mbutu. He'll be able to guide you, even with the other services. This is basically how much it costs. To register as a distributor, you pay 3,000 shillings and you acquire classification labels. By the way, you know, what you distribute ought to be classified by the board. So you should be able to affix. Nikiona poster ama nikiona kitu, ninajua hii movie ni 18. Si kweli? You warn me in advance. That is what is expected of you. So there's 3,000 and of course there is 2,000 for classification labels. For exhibitors, and you're looking at the categories of exhibitors. The cinema theaters, mobile screens and what have you. Hizi screens zote, the big screens, advertisement screens you see, they're called the digital billboards. They cost 12,000 shillings annually. And there's virtual reality hubs, 10,000 shillings. This is per premises. And the video shows and what have you cost 2,000 shillings. So once you are registered, you're able to distribute and exhibit your films. This is also done within 1 day. The same way it's a very short form, we can still serve you within the day. It doesn't have to be within. And these are the classification labels we are talking about. GE, PG, 16 and 18. Of course, there's no classification label for restricted. Tunakuambia ati distribute restricted material. Sijui ni nani utajua mwenye anataka. Of course, najua mnajua wale wanataka restricted material. But there's something you cannot distribute. This is prohibited. Distribution of unclassified films is prohibited, and films that are restricted, they are not allowed for distribution or exhibition. Sorry, ladies and gentlemen, that is where I have to end, and this should not end here. We should continue interacting. We are available. You can reach out to any of our officers and they'll be able to guide you accordingly. The phone numbers are open. The emails are there. You can always write in case you need any clarification. Allow me now to invite Redemptor Amondi, who is our head of classification in the board. And Daniel, I would like to request that we have an interlude. We watch the two adverts, and I don't know how Redemptor wants to conduct herself. I will not get into that. Thank you so much for listening. Please confirm if there's a minor here. Yeah. I forgot. Do we have a minor here? Sorry, excuse me, there's a minor. Is there a minor here?
An infant.
I hope you don't mind.
Indulge in the moment.
Cue the next one.
Wow. Hmm. Hmm. Oh. Hmm. Hmm. Indulge in the moment.
So, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. So, before I continue the presentation, could you please scan the QR code and fill for us? You are doing a survey and we will really like your feedback. So, my name is Redempta. I'm in charge of classification. Basically, simply put, my job is to look at content, look at films, and review and assign age rating. So I did that deliberately. So when we started, we were accused as a board that banned films. But then I wanted you to understand how we arrive at a rating. So after you've watched those two clips, what ratings would you give it and why? One person. I hope there's a mic roaming around.
I will classify it as 18.
And why?
Ah.
Okay, someone else. Someone else. One more person. One more person with a contrary opinion. So we all agree the advert will be classified 18. But would you believe me if I told you the people who submitted the advert did not agree with that rating? They why? They thought that it was too high. So I just want to go straight to the presentation. As I said, film classification is the process of reviewing a film to assign age rating. So we have categories of GE, PG, 16, and 18. And then I'll tell you how the story ended with that advert. So the film is the process of reviewing a film to make a determination to allow for public distribution. So we can decide if it's okay for public distribution, or we can limit it for certain age, or we can restrict it altogether. And I'll give you the reasons. So why do we classify films? We classify films to determine age appropriateness of film. So suppose that that advertiser, that agency did not submit that advert to the board, and then they took it to the television, and then at 7 o'clock you're watching news, and then they bring you that advert, yeah, Delamere. How would you feel? And then you're seated, and then you're seated there with your mother-in-law, with your teenage kids. So it will be an awkward position. But then with the rating, we are able to decide who can watch that film. For me, it was not awkward for me to show you that film right now, because I know all of us, we are adults in the room. But I will not do this example to a high school or a primary school congregation. So we submit films so that we can determine who is appropriate to watch that film. Not everyone is appropriate. Not everything is appropriate for everyone. We all agree that there are some things that are meant for children. There are some things that are meant for adults. Also, we classify to empower consumer to make informed choices. So, if I had told you that whatever we are about to watch is rated 18, and you had your 16-year-old seated next to you, what you'll do, you'll tell that 16-year-old, please leave the room, or you can decide altogether not to watch for the sake of the 16-year-old next to you. So, if you go to the theater, personally, I don't like horror movies. But then I'd like to be warned. When I go on Netflix, I like to read the synopsis first, so I can decide whether I will consume this content or not. So that is giving the consumer a choice. So that's why we classify film. And then number 3 is to reach wider audience. Just like Marcos has said, we are moving away from doing our film kienyeji. We want to professionalize this industry. And for you to be professional, so if you are going to submit your content, let's say to Amazon, you submit it to Netflix, the first thing they'll ask you, what is the rating? Isn't that true? If you do not have a rating, then they'll not be able to take your content. For film festivals, you've interacted with KFC. Whenever KFC calls out for submission, they'll always ask you for film rating. So if you do not submit your content for rating, your content is not able to reach wider audience. So how do we classify film? So you may ask me, how did we arrive at when I asked the advert, we rated it 18. Then you ask me, how did we arrive at that 18 rating? So the process of classification, we try as much as possible to be objective. At the board, there are people with different biases. We are coming from different background. We are different beliefs. But then in our decision, I do not want my decision as redemptor, as my beliefs as redemptor, to be embedded in the classification decision that I make. I want it to be objective and objective as possible. So when we say this is an 18 rating, it's not the rating of the board, but it's the rating of what Kenyans would want, what the public would want. So for us to reach that objectivity, we have what we call classification guidelines. In the Act, the board has the mandate to come up with those classification guidelines. So these guidelines are a set of parameters used by the board to assign age rating. It's just like KEBS. When you take this water to KEBS, there are parameters they look at to ensure this water is suitable for human consumption or not suitable for human consumption. So this is what we do with the classification. So these classification guidelines are developed through stakeholder participation. We are currently reviewing the guidelines, and soon they'll be gazetted again. So soon the guidelines will be gazetted by the cabinet secretary, and we'd like to get your input on those guidelines. So those guidelines have what we call thematic areas. So when I'm looking at the film, when we rated this advert, there are thematic areas that we looked at. So we currently have 6. We have violence and crime, sex and nudity and obscenity, alcohol, drugs, and other harmful substances, horror and occult, religion and community, propaganda for war, incitement to violence, and hate speech. So my question, the advert, what element do you think we considered when awarding rating? So from what element did we consider? I will give them a mic.
The eggs.
Just please tell me what this is the element that I've listed. So what?
Sex and
Yes.
There's no nudity, but the sex and obscenity.
Yeah, so there was sex and obscenity. So under those elements, they are under those thematic areas. So those are broad thematic areas. So when you come to signing classification, we go deeper. So we call elements. So under classifiable elements in violence and crime, those are some of the classifiable elements. So you'll present for me your film, and the board will consider violent behavior, will consider fighting combat techniques, will consider emotional and verbal abuse, will consider dangerous and imitable behavior, gender-based violence, gun violence, and so on and so forth. So at this moment, it's good to understand that elements are infinite. So we can always add as we go on. So under sex and obscenity, so we have depiction of human genitalia, explicit sexual acts, sexual offensive behavior, vulgar language and indecent behavior, sexual innuendos, and depiction of physical attraction. So under the elements, the nini that we've seen, the advert that we've seen, what element do you think we considered?
Thank you. I would like to play the devil's advocate in that advert, in that someone who has experienced sex, maybe an adult, would associate those sounds with sex.
Yeah.
And I don't think innocent children will associate those sounds with sex. Yes. I mean, they don't know. They don't know. They don't know that is sex. I mean, it's just okay for them. I mean,
Okay, so what element?
however, I think when explicit sexual acts were there, it is out. But I think innuendos hapo sasa ndio kidogo inaleta shida. Kwa innuendos hapo.
Yeah. Okay, yeah, that's correct. So there was no explicit sex scene going on in that advert, but there was innuendo, there was implication, there was a suggestion, and I'll get back to your comment on that. So let's continue. When it comes to drugs, depiction or use of illegal drugs, depiction of narcotics, drugs and alcohol. So anything that has drugs, those ones we'll consider. And then we have thematic areas on horror and occult, depiction of magic, supernatural forces, religious ritual, exorcism, paranormal or mysterious events, or human sacrifice. So the next one is a classifiable element, incitement to violence. So this one we rarely get content with this element, because if you submit content with this element, this basically it will be straight away it will be banned as it has been outlawed in Article 33 of the Constitution. So Article 33 of the Constitutions give you the freedom of expression, but under D, this is totally and completely outlawed. So we have under religion and community, we also look at those. Depiction of ritual or practices of community or religion, depiction of religious and community symbols, depiction of religious or community leaders. So apart from these classifiable elements, we do not just look at these classifiable elements standing alone. So I'm not saying that you cannot have your content having an element of violence. You cannot have your content having an element of sex. But then we consider context. In what context was this being presented? So for us, the problem with this advertisement, I'm answering his question. For us, the problem with this advertisement was, we did not ban it. We just rated it 18. But for them, they wanted it to have a lower rating because it was meant to go for advertisement. They are trying to advertise Delamere. But when you go to programming code, Kenya Communication Authority has what we call programming code for broadcasters. So for broadcasters, anything that is rated by KFCB 18 cannot show between 5 a.m. to 10 p.m. So we told them, fine, this advert is rated 18, and we gave them the classification certificate is rated 18. Go ahead as long as you show it to adults. But then their issue was, we want this to come before 10 because they're looking for a wider market. Who watches TV after 10? Very few people. But then we are like, it cannot go before 10 because of the way it was. So they tried arguing, no, that's not a sexual sound. That is not. But then all of us here in the room, we've just watched it and like, yeah, it is. You cannot run away from it. But then as Eunice had said, their appeal mechanism for the board, just because I give you a rating, that rating is not final. You can appeal and we can discuss. So we discussed with them and they were able to remove the sexual sound. Then the new advert was the sound of actually someone eating something sweet. You know the sound you make when you're eating something sweet and the sound you make when you're having sex are two different sounds. So this advert, you will not see it on TV. You may find it on internet. You may find it somewhere. Because you see, we have guidelines for free to air. You will not find it on free to air. But then they have another advert which we rated PG. So we discussed, we removed the offensive, okay, the innuendo, sexual innuendo sound, and then we put another. So we did not restrict it. So I was talking about context. So in what context are you eating yogurt and making that sound? So those are the things we look at. In what so the context of how you present the thematic area. So for example, you're making a movie about the effects of alcoholism. I expect to have alcohol in that film because you're making a movie about effect of alcoholism. I expect you to depict some form of people taking alcohol. So that is context. So in what context are we talking about? Some people, they'll make a movie, and to make it interesting, they'll just insert a scene. You don't know the scene has no aina mbele, aina nyuma, it's just there. There's no context. But then they just want to make it interesting. And these people do, mostly this is done with sexual scene. So you wonder, if you just ask this person, if you remove this sex scene, your story will still continue. You don't need it there. But then if you insist for it to be there, then you will attract a higher rating. So we do not ban, we just rate it higher. So that's the context. Another thing is tone and mood. How do you set tone and mood in a film? You use music and you use sound. So this advert, what tone was there? What sound was there? So that was the tone that was using. So when you go to watch that advert, your mind does not click your gut. Your mind clicks somewhere else. So it was the tone and the sound. So the mood in which you present. Another thing that we consider is the frequency. So this is the frequency. This is the how many times an element will appear in film. Are we together? So, for example, we receive a lot of films from Hollywood, and when you look at their action films, it is action-packed and it's violence from the beginning to the end. So you'll see gun violence from the beginning to the end. Who watched Woman King? Yeah, so we watched Woman King. So that film was a lot. So what we observed was the violence, and it was from the beginning to the end. So if you have a film that is 30 minutes, and you have a film that is 2 hours, and the film with 30 minutes, there is violence to the end, and the film that is 2 hours, it's only or three or four violent scene. The film with the 30 minutes with the violence to the end will get a higher rating because it is frequent, it is there, it is edged in your mind. So we look at the frequency. So look at the frequency of sex. So if this advert is so short, but if it was a movie, a 2-hour movie, and then there was just an innuendo of sex, and it's just one scene, you would have probably rated it 16 because all other elements supersedes this one. So you look at the frequency. And then the last thing is the intensity. The intensity of an element in a film. Let me use violence. So if you're watching a movie with violence, if I slap you, that's form of violence, right? If I push you, that's form of violence. If I slit your throat up close, that's form of violence. If I use gun to kill someone in a movie, that's form of violence. But all these violence have different impact. So the movie with someone being his throat being slit on a close range, that movie will get a higher rating. So you're looking also the intensity. So the movie may be a good movie all throughout, but we just get one sex scene that is very intense, then the rating goes high because of the intensity. So after that, we also classify posters, but I must reiterate, the posters that we classify is the posters related to film. So when you're producing a film, you'll produce trailers and poster to market your film before you market the film. So posters, we classify them as either approved for public exhibition, because we believe posters will go outside where everyone can see, and then not approved for public exhibition. How do we apply for classification? Currently, you can use you visit our website, you get a form, you submit it to this classification, that email, and then you pay fees as determined. Currently, it costs 100 shillings per minute to classify film. Classification of advert costs 1,000. Posters and trailers also 1,000 each. How long does it take? 24 working hours once you submit everything. But don't submit something on Friday and expect, on Saturday, and expect us to look at it and have, because we do not work on Saturday. So I'm insisting 24 working hours. But you can still submit on a weekend. On Monday, we'll come and have a look at it. Yes, so that is classification. Thank you. We've already discussed the advert, madam. Yes. No, after the presentation.
What is making you more happy, the advert or the presentation?
We are about to go to lunch.
Okay, my coffee for Redemptor. So you can see my girls. They are small but candid, si ndio? Ukimwangalia unafikiri tu angalia, lakini akisimama hapa akitoka, there is like a part of you ambayo kamekuwa improved, si ndio hivyo? Tuwapigie wasichana wangu makofi. So what we are going to do now, remember, for those of you who did not, later on when we are finishing, we will go back to the QR code so that we can fill into the survey. But now, in the interest of time, I want to call, I have 3 presenters, but they are going to present one presentation. So it will be just short. Okelo. Short and wangoa. Short and sweet. They're just going to be short and sweet. So who is starting? Whoever is starting, please come, because I have Okelo, I have Ombayo, and I have there Eunice, Wakili. Wakili, are you the one starting? Hey, Okelo. How do you say in a Luo fanya haraka? Hey, that one. Hey, Pio, Okelo. Okay, take over, please.
Thank you, madam. Good afternoon, Kisumu. Thank you for your concentration and your participation. The next step is we are going to make a presentation on other sister agencies that work very closely with Kenya Film Classification Board in the quest to provide support services in your filming activities. And from the onset, I would like to state that the material that you're going to provide is material that has been provided by the relevant agencies and in no way confirms the views, opinion, or assertion by KFCB, but by the providing relevant agencies. Thank you. I will move and start with the Kenya Civil Aviation. This is in regard or insofar as the issue of drones involved in filming. The Kenya Civil Aviation is the authority that is constituted through an act of parliament, that is the Civil Aviation Amendment Act of 2002, who has 4 broad-based mandates. One of them is to regulate and oversight aviation safety and security, license of air services, certification of aircraft operators, and further to provide air navigation services and training of aviation personnel. For those who are filming and usually use drones, it is important to note that whenever you're using a drone, as you'd been told earlier, that the drone must be registered under the unmanned aircraft system regulations of 2020 rather,
And it outlines the requirements for registration and operation of drones for different usages, including filming and photography. Further, it is important to note for filmmakers, those who are importing drones or hiring drones. It's important that the drone you're using, either imported or hired, must have met certain regulation or requirements for you to be able to operate it within the purview of the Act. For you to register that drone, you can always visit a website for KCAA as provided in the handbook for further information. For individuals, you'll be required to provide a valid tax compliance certificate from KRA, attach a KRA PIN certificate, an ID or passport, and a valid police clearance that is not older than 12 months. Then what are the requirements for companies, that is incorporated entities? We need a certificate of incorporation, rather KCA needs a certificate of incorporation, a valid tax compliance, KRA PIN, a CR12. A CR12 is an official search that indicates the directors behind a certain company, and a valid police clearance of the management personnel in the CR12, which should be not older than 12 months. We mean the people indicated in the CR12 should not be, the CR12 itself should not be older than 12 months. For registration of drone, kindly make further reference to the handbook we've provided you for clarification. Operation of drones, like I said, you are required to acquire a daily operation authority. So for further information, I still request you to make reference to the provided handbook. There are requirements, certain requirements for to be registered as a drone or to be issued with a certificate as a private, a recreational private drone operator. So those are the requirements. Because of time, I won't want to go further into details, but I'll kindly, with a lot of humanity, with a lot of humility, request you to make reference to the handbook. Even the application fees, please make reference to that. Their contact address, they're at Aviation House, that is Jomo Kenyatta International Airport. Those are the details and the addresses. For further information, please make reference to the handbook. Thank you. I'll proceed to the Director of Immigration Services. This is also in relation to filming. You had been informed that there are certain category of filmmakers whom we consider or refer to as the foreign filmmakers, and usually they are facilitated by whom we call the film agents. In this case, it is the responsibility of the film agent to make sure that the people you are facilitated to come and film in Kisumu and the environs and the country at large do acquire certain clearances from the Department of Immigration. And it is a directorate that is under the Ministry of Interior and Coordination of National Government in Kenya, responsible for four functions: issuing of passports and other travel documents, regulating the entry and exit from Kenya, managing foreign nationals, and registering Kenyan citizens. What do? They issue two types of document, that is travel documents for you to be able to come to Kenya, visas and work permits. For work permits, we have work permits and special passes. I'll go straight to the classes. You can see the most important one here is for business, because anyone who is coming, either business or class D or G, for one who is either coming to film for a short period or one who is coming to undertake the business of filming in the country, you require certain permissions. Remember, foreign film practitioners may apply under classes D, that is employment, or G for business. What do you need for a work permit? You shall be required to fill the duly filled form, that is 25, which is signed and stamped by the head of the institution that has submitted it, a detailed cover letter, your national passport of the foreigner who is coming, which should not be at least valid for at least 6 months, 2 recent colored passport size photos, academic and professional certificates, that is for Class D only employment, and $100,000 proof of capital of Class G. Class G, remember, is someone who's coming to invest, putting a capital investment in the film business in Kenya. And a CR12, that is for Class G, that is business, business class. What do we require for a work permit? That's continuation, employer's tax certificate, employer's PIN, current immigration status if already the person is in the country, a non-refundable processing fee of Kenya shillings 20,000, and clearance letter from the Kenya Film Classification Board. Remember, these are very important documents for you to be cleared by immigration if you are clearing or handling logistical issues on behalf of foreign filmmakers. And Kenya shillings 1 million, that is, this payment is upon approval of the work permit for a 2-year period. Please take note that work permits are valid for either 1 year or 2 years and renewable, renewable if requirements are met upon expiry. Payment for the work permit should be done within 30 days of approval of notification of, or it shall render itself invalid. Then both employer and employee must provide tax compliance during renewal process. The Kenyan Special Pass, this is mostly the document that many of our foreign filmmakers use to enter the country and undertake the business of filming for a short period of at least 3 months. The requirements is you need to fill that form 32, a detailed cover letter indicating why you want to come, addressed to the Director General of Immigration, a national passport which is valid for at least 6 months, current immigration status, certificate of incorporation or compliance if it's a company, and 200 rather US dollars per month. That is payment upon approval of the special pass. Additional notes, the special pass, that is the Kenya Special Pass, is issued for a maximum of 3 months and can be renewed for an additional 3 months. Payment should be done within 30 days. For contacts, kindly make reference to the handbook we've provided. And thank you. For questions or inquiries, kindly wait until we finish the presentation, then you can do so at liberty. Thank you very much. I now call upon my friend Brian. Colleague rather, is my friend too. Thank you.
Gentlemen, good afternoon. Ladies, good afternoon. Anyone that falls in between those two should take his or her greetings from Madam Nelly. Kenya Revenue Authority. The presentation is actually about the collaborative role that KFCB has with other government entities. In this regard, we're looking at Kenya Revenue Authority. So first, it was established under the Kenya Revenue Act, Cap 469, and the mandate of KRA is to collect revenue on behalf of government. Kama kuna pesa mnatengeneza, tafadhali rudishia serikali kitu. That is the work of Kenya Revenue Authority. In accordance with these laws, it assesses, collects, and accounts for all revenues collected, advises on matters relating to the administration and collection of revenue, and then perform such other functions in relation to revenue as directed. For example, there is a time the Nairobi County technically were barred from collecting revenue, and that function was being done by Kenya Revenue Authority. So should there be need, KRA will step in and collect revenue on behalf of any other entity. So in the spectrum of filmmaking, as an agent, of course, you'll be able to deal with foreign filmmakers. And before you are able to facilitate any foreign filmmaker, he must provide documents. If he's in Kenya and registered as a resident, there are different requirements. If he's not a resident, then he must provide documents that also must be furnished with KRA. So registration requirements for non-residents are as highlighted here: a letter of introduction from the employer, an employer's PIN, because whenever you are employing a non-resident, you have to realize that the government should be able to know every information about the person. You might be employing a terrorist without knowing. So all those documents are required for due diligence within the government. So the next one is original valid passport of the applicant, valid work permit or special pass, then confirmation of the work permit endorsement in the passport, and then carry pin application acknowledgement receipt. Let's talk about tax incentives. When it comes to paying taxes, and when you import an equipment, as the subsequent slides will detail, you are allowed to earn back the amount, the investment that you put in. For example, if it is 1 million, you'll be able to get back that amount within a period of 4 years. That will be 25% for the first, 25 second, 25 third, and 25 fourth year. This means that if you are making, let's say, you've imported an equipment of 1 million and you are making profits, you'll be able to. Are we together? Within that 4-year period, you are given a window to get back the investment that you put in that equipment. And if the profit, let's say, is for 1 million, you will declare that amount. And then 25% that will be earned from the tax that you're supposed to pay, you will get as a relief and not pay that until the 4 years lapses, when you'll be able to get back your investment. So under section 54, part 1 of the first schedule, exempt VAT on goods imported and purchased locally for use of local film practitioners. For example, if you are buying cameras, microphones for use in filming, you will be exempted from paying VAT. But again, that is subject to approval from the cabinet secretary of the ministry. That is maybe in the present scenario, the cabinet secretary of our parent ministry, that is now Mr. Murkomen. And then that recommendation will also come from the Kenya Film Commission. So in this regard, this is the importance of registering as a filmmaker or an agent. There is no way you can now claim to want to be exempted from tax, yet you have not registered with either KFCB or even Kenya Film Commission, because they also need your data for them to recommend you to the Kenya Revenue Authority for you to be exempted from tax. So when importing a filming equipment, these are the details that you need. A filming license from the Kenya Film Classification Board, such that you have to prove that the equipment is coming to be used for filming. And then, pardon? Payment of an unrefundable fee of 1% of the total value, or Kenya shillings 30,000, whichever is lower. And then you have to deposit cash or security equivalent to the duty owed on the goods. What this means, actually, if you are importing an equipment and you don't need to retain it in the country forever, you have to declare the time frame, but it should be within 12 months. You declare, and then you pay security for that item. That security will be able to help you bring the equipment, but upon exporting it back to wherever it came from, that security will be refunded to you. And then application to the commissioner for temporary importation permission, agreeing to export the equipment within 12 months, which can be expended by application to the cabinet secretary for national treasury. And then requirements for exporting a filming equipment temporarily. As a film practitioner leaving the country, you need to, equipments like cameras and drones or other items of filming nature, you have to declare those equipment that you are exporting, but for a temporary period, and you intend to bring them back. So when exporting the equipment, the export documents should be retained as proof of the origin of those equipments. There is no way you'll be able to export the equipment. Let's say you're going to film in Uganda, and then upon return, you claim to have lost them. You must show proof that you actually left with those equipment. And then when it comes to drones, I think my colleague had spoken about them to a large extent, and I won't go into much more details. There is also custom duty exemptions on items, but this one specifically if you're going to use them for filming purposes. If you like carpets, tableware, linens, all those, but specifically for filming, there is an exemption of duty, but it is on case by case analysis. Not just everything you'll just import and claim you're going to use for filming will be allowed without paying the customs duty. So basically, that's a summary of our interaction with the Kenya Revenue Authority. I'll go next to the Kenya Wildlife Service. So when it comes to Kenya Wildlife Service, these agencies, that is now KFCB, KWS, KCAA, they have a collaborative framework whereby any application you make to film, there first must be a license from Kenya Film Classification Board. You'll always be asked to provide that. And if you're not registered, now the board will not be able to facilitate whenever you need to film. For example, you want to film at, which one is the national park in Kisumu? Is it Nderi Island or the Impala Park? If you need to film at Impala Park, of course the communication will have to come from the Kenya Wildlife Service headquarters, and they will require a filming license from us. If you need a drone, they will also require communication from the KCAA, which is a long process if you're not registered and savvy with the information. So Kenya Wildlife Service is a state corporation established under the Wildlife Conservation and Management Act of 2013 to conserve and manage Kenya's wildlife and enforce related laws and regulations. So approval to film in national parks is granted by Kenya Wildlife Service, of course in consultation with the state agencies that have been presented and highlighted. So types of requests for filming in the national park. One, there is standard. The standard filming license requests generally refer to typical routine requests that adhere to common practices and procedures within a production environment. These requests are usually straightforward and align with usual filming operations. The special, the second category, which is the special filming requests involve unique or non-standard requirements that necessitate additional planning, resources, or permission, such as requests. Such requests may require the use of specialized equipment, such as unmanned aircraft systems, underwater unmanned systems, or driving off-road. For example, if you're going to film in the national park, there is also a possibility that you'll be able to interfere with the day-to-day livelihood of the animals. You may want to fly a drone very close to animals, which of course is not allowed. And anytime you go to film, there will also be a ranger that will accompany you. So requirements for standard request permit, there is a filming permit from the Kenya Film Classification Board. And please note the wording permit, that is an error. It is a filming license. Permits are usually issued by the county government to use their facilities. So filming license is a national function that is domiciled at Kenya Film Classification Board, while the permit is at the county government. So after proving that you have obtained a filming license, you will also have to provide a brief synopsis. A brief synopsis basically helps the Kenya Wildlife Service to understand what you are going to film in the park. And if you're going to film and then attribute it to a different, maybe park in a different country. So you have to really highlight it clearly that you're going to film, let's say in Kenya Wildlife Service, Nairobi National Park. It should be clear and you should attribute it. If you do contrary to that, then you might not be allowed to film. Note, processing of standard requests for filming and photography applications will take 3 working days where all conditions have been met. To this extent, I would like to advise everyone that wishes to film within the parks to do so in good time. You cannot intend to film tomorrow and then you start making applications today. It will really be a tedious process for you and you might not make it because a letter can take days or even weeks to get, especially if you're going to use maybe special equipment, let's say the drones, and you have not obtained, you have not even registered the drone. And permits for those drones by there are very expensive. If you've not registered, please make hay when time is convenient. So requirements for special request permit. One, for off-road driving. Now, off-road, of course, the national parks, all of them are off-road. But now there is the off-road of the off-road, where you want to go maybe into the grass to to be able to access those animals and film from a closer range. So you have to send a letter to the Directorate of Wildlife and Community Service, and then you have to pay 20% of the total chargeable fees to the park. For example, if let's say you are 10 people, you have paid 400 bob as entry fee per person, and then you paid maybe 1,000 for the vehicle entry. That cumulative amount, now you'll pay 20% on top of it for you to be able to film. Reason being, as it has been said earlier, that area is conserved and there are efforts and resources involved. So for you to be able to also play your fair role in the society, you must return back to the government. Very important. Okay, the next one is use of unmanned aircraft. Those are drones, which I had highlighted earlier. And then how to apply and the applicable fees. Applications for this to be able to film in the park can be done through the portal of KWS, and then the fees are as highlighted there, based on the number of people, of course, the number of days, and the nature of filming that you intend to do. If you want to film for a longer period and you have a larger population in the park, of course, the distraction will be higher. And to that effect, there will also be other fees involved. If you are, let's say, filming wildlife migration, you tend to film for 30 days and you have a crew of 100 individuals, you can imagine the kind of damage that you'll have done to the park. So in order to restore the park back to its original shape, you'll have to pay an additional amount of money for that. So using the underwater unmanned systems, approval is issued within 2 working days upon meeting all conditions. So you cannot start an application today and expect to be done, let's say, in those 2 days if you have not met other conditions. For example, if you have a drone and yet it has not been registered with KCAA, that process will, of course, take a longer time. And then specifications of the underwater drone, installation and operation plans, measures to avoid disturbance to wildlife and park users, and then removal plan, KWS fee, 30% of the total chargeable fees. Remember, I had talked about the 25% that you pay as extra. But in this case, if you're using the special equipment, you have to also pay an extra amount because there is a likelihood that you will be able to interfere with the livelihood of be it animals in the park or the aquatic life in the oceans. So basically, those are the contacts of Kenya Wildlife Service, and should you be in need of more clarification, you can get in touch with them and they'll be able to facilitate that process. Thank you so much for your time.
Good afternoon once again. Are we feeling this vibe? How are we feeling? We're feeling hot. Okay. It is about to get a little bit hotter, just for a few minutes. Bear with us for a few more minutes, and then we can come to the end of this session. Mine is more for your rights, actually. So if you can give me a few minutes, kindly, I would appreciate. So, thank you. So, all right. So, with respect to hydration, we'll see what we can do for you to tutakusaidia hapo. All right, so my presentation is with respect to copyright. Are you interested in anything copyright? As filmmakers, this should interest you, actually. This is how you make your money back. Yeah? All right. So what does copyright entail? So copyright is the acknowledgement of your original works. So this is done and undertaken by the Kenya Copyright Board, who we are all aware of, I want to believe. Yes? So this is in your handbook. I will just go straight through it. The brief of the same is in your handbook. So what does Kekobo do for you? Kekobo actually helps you not only to register your copyright, it actually helps you to it helps you with respect to your contract. As filmmakers, you have some of these issues when it comes to the negotiation of your contracts. Is that correct? Am I talking to anyone? So yes, so this is actually one of the biggest functions that Kekobo does for filmmakers. I don't know if you're aware that you can actually go and have them advise you on how to negotiate your contracts, especially with other producers, with actors, within the industry. So for you to actually get your, to use a colloquial term, bang for your buck, for you to be able to actually make the money that is worth the work that you've done. So these are the functions of Kekobo, the one that would interest you as a filmmaker. And also mediation services. Not only will they help you with the advisory, they can actually mediate for you in the event that you have an aggrievement or any form of dispute with respect to your contracts or even your copyright issues. So it is important for you to actually be able to register yourselves as a copyright holder of your original works. So, like I've said, I don't think so. Copyright, like I've said before, is the acknowledgement of your literary works, and the Act is very pronounced on this. And you'll see it in your handbook what it entails. This includes. I'll jump from this because this is the mandate of the organization. That one is in your handbook. So, what does the literary? Thank you. So what does literary works stand for? What does it entail? So it is the musical works, artistic, dramatic, audiovisual works, broadcast, and any recordings that you have done as a creative. So what does Kekobo do for you? For example, they acknowledge your economic rights. What do these economic rights look like? The first one is on reproduction rights, not reproduction with respect to copyright, which is the right to make copies of this work. Another one is on distribution. So how does this work get distributed? You get to decide. Kekobo helps you to decide that. Public performance rights. These are the rights for someone else to actually perform your work. And also public display rights. This is the right to display the work if it is work that is not being performed. So it is very extensive with respect to the areas on which it covers you under economic rights. DJs. For a DJ to actually take your work, they have to acknowledge it. So that is what it is under the derivative works. So this is the right for you, for the copyright, to actually be able to adapt it into a remix, to sample it, and for them to acknowledge you. So this economic right is covered under that section. And even the right to communication to the public, it goes hand in hand with the rest of the other because of public performance and for distribution. Moral rights. With respect to moral rights, it talks about the right to attribution or right to paternity. A right to paternity is the right of acknowledgement of you as the original author of that work. So this is an actual and an inalienable right. So it has to be known that you are Paminas, the original owner of the work. I've just said Paminas because that's the person I remember, and I think he already left. You also have the right to integrity. Is he here? Oh, hi. You're together? Okay. Right to integrity, which is a right to object any distortion of this work or mutilation of your work, the work that you worked very hard for. And even the right to false attribution, which is the work of when someone else attaches their name to the work that is originally yours. So these are the moral rights with respect to copyright. Kekobo has a dedicated website. They have a dedicated portal in which you can register your works, and it is that one that is displayed there. It is also in your handbook. We have the contact details also for the organization in the event that you need further clarification on these works. These are the fees if you want to register your copyright. It's fairly cheap for you to actually get your money back. This is the investment you have to make as an individual. 100 bob. 100 and 500 for your work to be a lifetime acknowledgement that it is yours. This is 500 for corporates, and this is the first column is on individuals. Again, this is in the handbook that you have, and you can make further reference to it. So in the event that your copyright has been infringed, what do? You can actually have a request to have this taken down. So this has been provided for in the Act, and It is the procedure is also in your handbook, so you have to comply with a few issues. So one, you have to prove that the work is originally yours. So how do you prove that if you've not registered the copyright? Are you seeing the importance of registration of copyright? Yeah. So for you to actually be able to do that, you contain your details, those personal details, the person who has allegedly used your work without your acknowledgement, and an affidavit or any declaration to state the ownership. So that affidavit, of course, naturally has the evidence of you showing that you are the original author of this work. So this communication and everything else that is entailed here will be sent to the board, which is the copyright board, the communication authority, and any other recognized umbrella of service providers, so that you show where this infringement actually happened, because it's usually within the public sphere, and these are the entities that actually have authority over public spheres within the Kenyan jurisdiction. So this also is the procedure where if there's a takedown, and there's obviously a procedure where the takedown it's in and of itself will actually take place. I will jump through it because it is very technical, and I will not hurt you further. So I will walk to the last one. Does anyone know anything about data protection? Except me. Data protection? Do you know what data protection entails? Have you been seeing the Madam Kasait before Salimiwe? Just before that, what she's been doing, the work that the organization does. So what is your role as a filmmaker with respect to data protection? You are, again, this is in the handbook, you are a data processor. You are a data controller. You get to understand and you get to process personal data. What does personal data look like? Images, the names of your crew, the details of your crew, the bank details, anything that can identify this person as, Paminas, right? Including the name. I'll keep using you. I saw Michelle somewhere also. Those are the two people I remember. So what is this kind of data that would identify this person? That is what is personal data. Their bank account, their PIN, their phone number, those details. So you as a filmmaker actually collect a lot of this data. So it is very important for you to understand how to use this data, how to process it, and how to make sure that it doesn't get into the wrong hands. So with the same breath as copyright, where you're protecting you as an author, you have to protect not only your details or your personal information, but the people that you have gotten personal data from. Something as simple as taking a picture of someone and using it for the purpose that was not intended. I don't know if you saw, for example, if you saw the registration form that we had today. If anyone saw the bottom of it, it had a disclaimer to say how this data is going to be processed. You had to tick whether you want your name to be or your image to be used, right? So that is the example of how and what should be done with respect to data protection. So just jumping through all this, we've seen what personal data entails. We've seen what a controller and what a processor looks like. And these are the principles. So for you to collect data, you have to actually adhere to certain principles. It has to be lawful. It has to be transparent. It has to be accountable. It has to be fair. So what is the issue with fairness and all that? So you have to have, there's one thing, if there's one thing that you take away from this with respect to data protection is consent. So what does consent look like? As a filmmaker, consent is the acknowledgement that I have allowed you to use my data. So what does that look like? You have to tell me what the data is for. You have to give me that kind of information with respect to that. It has to be very specific. I'm going to use your face to do this film. The film is, for example, Naweza, right? That is the image I will use. I will not use it for any other purpose. It has to be informed. I have to give details of it. It has to be freely given. So you have to acknowledge that after I've given you all the information that I require, the person that you're asking the data from has freely given you that consent. So remember that as a film practitioner. With respect to children, the use of children when you're making your films, you have to remember that you have to get consent from a guardian, a legal guardian, not just, in Kikamba we say kalia kalia, nyamkamba. We have to say kalia, you have to give, it can't be anyone, it has to be someone who's actually the parent or the guardian of this child. And also you have to treat that data in a specific way that is not going to be processed in any other way. So if that is the takeout that you will get with respect to data protection, that would be it. So the registration of data protection is for you as a processor, because we've established that you are, as a filmmaker, a data processor or a data controller, you have to register with the commission, the Office of the Data Protection Commissioner. And so these are the requirements that you would need. It is chump change, it's very little money. So this is a portal in which you would go and register it, and it has a list. So if you have employees of 1 to 50, it is 4,000 registration and 2,000 to renew that registration after every 2 years. For medium, of course, if you have 99 employees, you have the money. You register at 16,000 and the renewal is at 9,000, and you have employees which is more than 99 with a turnover of revenue of over 50 million. So remember, this is also attached to revenue that you have as turnover. It has a different cost, which is 40,000 and 25,000 for renewal. So if anything, the reason for these presentations is for you to understand your obligations, not only as a filmmaker, but also in the event that you would love, because some of the requirements, you're not foreigners unless you're, illegal here. But for you, it is an opportunity for you to become a film agent. So these are the requirements that would be for you to understand what it would entail for you to be a film agent, or the requirements of you to be a film practitioner. And with that, I hope I say it correctly, Atieko and Erokamano.
Thank you, Yones. Yones has said Atieko and has said Erokamano. Okay, so if you got nothing from her, she said she's a Nyamkamba and she said kalia kalia. Kama ni chapati, kama ni nini mimi sijui. Kalia kalia. The other two, please come have my reason. So beside the two ladies, where is Redemptor? Come, Redemptor Amonde. I said I'm adding Oginga intentionally. And this one is Eunice Geda. We have our Brian Ombayo and Okelo V. Songa tu hapa hivi. So now, first of all, let's clap for that team. I strongly want to believe that you've learned a lot from the earlier presenters. And Marcos is one of the people who presented, even though he's looking for other things out there. Jua kikuja huku, unatafuta kila kitu. By the time you go, you've also, but he's around actually. He's sitting there doing one or two other things in the interest of this forum or engagement. So why I've brought these people here, it is important that now we quickly move into a question and answer session. It will only take 10 minutes. Most of the things, you heard them already during the presentation. And you see they were presenting about the other organizations because we are doing it with their permission. We sat together, we've given you fish and we've shown you how to fish. We produced this book together with those other organizations, and they touch on the business that you do. So that's why you find that we also had to give you a bit of that knowledge. Use your handbook So you ask a question which is not here. We are just going to do Q&A for only 10 minutes, and then we will be going to have our lunch. And from where I come from, if it was my power, I would just straight away go for lunch. But since I have you people and I have them to answer any of your questions, we'll just quickly run the micro. What are they called? They're called microphones, not microchips, or just micro. I know them in French. Je comprends le français très bien, mais je ne comprends pas anglais. Claps for me. So we move on. Where are the microphones? Let them go up. When you ask your question, be specific. Just ask the question and then we get it. Maybe we will be answering 3-3. I really hope we do not have many. So you say your name, ask the question, don't make the observation. Send you. I am now Yvonne, Tracy. We need you. Who else is helping you? Okay, sawa. Twende kazi.
In the interest of life, brief us. No. Okay. My first question goes to Marcos, my friend. I hope he's around. To his president. According to Marcos' presentation, you guys like distributors. But are you guys aware that movie shop are the best point for piracy of our movies? Because they take what is the body doing to control the piracy level at the movie shop? Because I produce a movie at 5 million shillings, the next day is downloaded from the selling it at 50 bob, and I am getting nothing. The actor is getting nothing. What is KFCB doing to control the piracy level at the movie shops? On film licensing, I know there are a lot of reviews being done on the. Like I'm also aware that they are reviewing the Cap 2 that has been an outcry, but I'm still asking, however much they are going to do away with the 1,000 fee per day, the 15K for a feature film and 5,000 for short film. Believe me, it is still too much for these upcoming filmmakers. I've had so many complaints for that many people either with unlicensed films because the budget for that film alone is not 15,000. They're doing it on a zero budget. So when you are reviewing everything, I kindly consider reviewing the charges. Make it something that is workable. It is workable for people who are doing TV series that are being paid. It's workable for people who've gotten funds to do films. But the upcoming filmmakers doing these things at their own cost, it is not workable for them. And lastly, on WS, we know that the charges are too high. I'm just asking, is there a way that through your liaison office or whatever, we can get a letter from you to help us get these charges at a reduced charges or something? Because the charges are not for upcoming filmmakers. Thank you very much. I'm Odongo Robi, waiting for lunch.
Hello. Hello. My name is Charles, and I will be asking a few questions in regards to the discussions that we have had today. Number one, in your ratings, you always have the PG, either the PG-13, the PG-16, or PG-18, and I don't know what actually the parental guidance means in that context, because why do you talk of parental guidance? Are they guided on how these things are done, or are they guided to leave the room, or which kind of guidance are you referring to? Number two, we have ratings. After we've done the ratings of maybe have PG-19, PG-20, or something of that kind, and then we have got short clips that are drained from these
when new people come in. And then maybe I just remind the presenter who did presentation on KRA. That was Brian. Yes, Brian should not take or make fun of transgender because they are accepted in the Constitution of Kenya. So if you say that the other group will get their greetings from somebody else, you need to you need not, we did not take it lightly. All right, thank you.
Good. Anyolo Dagido. Good afternoon. My name is Nicholas Adongo, a filmmaker based here in Kisumu. Now, my registration of an agent, you talked of registered filmmaker, but the question is, to renew his license annually. The documents you renew our license are more or less the same. The only thing I noticed is the tax compliance certificate might change annually. But why should I register yearly or annually with 12,000? Yet maybe agent in a year I can get a job one or not even get a job. So I was just thinking, what if you decide to register once as an agent and then keep on being as an agent?
Hello, my name is Josh Omondi. I'm a filmmaker from these sides of the lake. My first question, more of we all know that funding is one of the biggest challenges we have in the country for filmmakers. And it's so unfair to have me go to Mjengo, save my money, come and produce my film that's below 15K, for example. And then I have to pay all that to KFC B. My wonder was that, is there a way that you can categorize independent filmmakers from filmmakers that are being commissioned? I agree that I have to classify my film. I agree that I have all those payments I have to do, but can it be in the interest of equity so that my budget, which is 30K, at least if I give you 2K, according to my budget or as an indie filmmaker, that will make sense to me. My second question is on generally, we are in an era of digital, I'm a podcaster. I do my stuff inside my house. And I share them on TikTok. So is there a way that you guys have actually worked around monitoring around social media? For example, TikTok, we have so many things coming up there. Is there a way that you are protecting us also from viewing, things that you don't want us to consume? Thank you.
Thank you very much. My name is Amos Mkubwa. I'm an actor. I'm also a poet or a writer. My question is, as KFCB, do you have room for partnership with other stakeholders, like other stakeholders? Because for instance, sisi tuko na event actually next year. We will be celebrating the World Poetry Day. Do you have that room so that we can partner with you, ndio tuone kama tunaweza fanya kazi na nyinyi apart from the film and the things? We can partner with you tufanye kazi pamoja ya ku nurture talents. Thank you.
We'll just take that for now. If you have any other questions, maybe we'll answer after this round of questions, kindly. But yeah. We'll start with you, Brian.
First, I would like to respond to the gentleman who talked about a third gender. As a black letter lawyer will tell you, what is not posited doesn't exist. So the joke was very deliberate in such a way that KFCB is supposed to guard the morals and values of the republic. All right. So it is not a matter of neglecting any other gender that does not exist. But legally speaking, if it is posited or if there is a ruling in court, yes, yeah. So if there is a ruling to that effect, that is fine. But that does not mean that we don't recognize people of different affiliations to anything. There is also a question that was asked about KWS reviewing fees. So KWS, the fees are in their regulations, and before they are reviewed, they have to go through a process. So it is not something that can just take place in a day, but it's a process that has to start and, in fact, include people like yourself who are in the industry to be able to give your opinions. But it is good that you have expressed that. It will be taken into consideration, but as I said, it will be a process.
Yeah. So I'll answer a few of these questions. The first one was with respect to the movie shops and the levels of piracy. Like I said, this is a collaborative effort between the sister agencies that you've seen in the handbook. And so this is something that has been prevalent within the industry. And we do take cognizance of the issues that you present to us with respect to piracy especially. And this will be there's a collaborative effort that we have with Kekobo, and so this will be more. It will be more visible. You'll feel it a bit more with respect to that. So, us as the board, the regulation is with respect to the content itself, and with respect to piracy, like I said, it is for Kekobo, but we are one government and we have taken your lamentations and we shall work towards having a proper environment for you. With respect to the filming licensing charges, of course, they had been reviewed, and we were actually here last year. The reason I remember Paminas and I remember Michelle and also Odongo, I think, is because we actually had, if you may recall, we had a stakeholder engagement last year in May at the Kisumu Hotel. I don't know how many were there. How many of you were there? There were a few of you that were there. And so when we actually had discussed that, when we were doing the presentations, you would remember we had reduced the fees way down with respect to the filming of films, well, filming licenses. And we take into consideration, but there are other costs that are incurred with respect to this. So we had taken into consideration all these things. This is not punitive in any way. These are administrative costs. And we acknowledge that you are on different levels with respect to your profession. And in the next cycle, and even within this cycle, we will take a lot of your considerations. This is the reason for these interactions, is to have some of these conversations so we can understand the things on the ground and how they work. And so we thank you for your comment, and we will take the same into consideration. With respect to, I'll just jump up and not jump up and down, but through the questions. With respect to social media and the regulation of it, someone had discussed, was it Josh? Talking about the social media. Collectively, I'll just holistically answer that with respect to social media. So social media is one of those, I can't call it an animal, that moves very fast. And it is one that has been globally one of the hardest things to regulate. And so Kenya is no different with respect to that. And I make reference again to the last stakeholder engagement where we had with respect to the self-classification regulations. So a part of those regulations in draft at that point was to regulate some of these over-the-top services and video on demand services that have a lot of content with it. This is the Netflixes, the Showmaxes of the industry. And so that is the first phase of regulating that, where you give the entity the authority with conditions, obviously, to regulate themselves with respect only to classification and give a rating that the board would have given. With respect to social media, what we are currently doing is we have collaborative efforts and collaborations with these agencies, with TikTok, with Google, with Meta, where we have takedown notices for these infringing and these offending, for lack of a better word, offending content. So we do monitor them with in collaboration with them. And they also have their own set of guidelines, which are called community guidelines, which we work together, and they have to align themselves with the Kenyan jurisdiction. So those are the efforts that we are doing. And yes, we do monitor social media, but to the extent that we have them taken down in any offending. Yes, we are also proactive. Maybe you've not seen a lot of what we do because, huwezi tangaza kila siku ati leo nimetoa hii, kesho nimetoa hii. But we are proactive in that, and I think it's good for the public to also understand the things that we do. So it is not only with respect to the complaints that are given, but we also have an entire dedicated department, which is called compliance, which you remember Beatrice, who had introduced herself, is in the department that is dedicated to that work, which is regulation, which is monitoring such for compliance. I will give my sister to answer the next questions. No.
Okay. So I'll answer the question concerning classification. Someone asked about what does PG means. So as you go back to the Act, Kenya has 4 ratings as stipulated in the Act. We have general exhibition, which means it is good for everyone. Anyone can watch. And then we have PG. Our PG is PG-10. Be advised, you do not have any other PG. There's only PG-10 in this jurisdiction. You'll find in the US they have PG-13. In South Africa they have PG-9. So every country have their own ratings. So for Kenyan ratings we have GE, PG-10, 16, and 18. When I say PG-10, we are saying that the material or the scenes in the films may be disturbing, optional, may disturb children under the age of 10. So when it comes to classification, the government has its role to play, but then also we call on parents or guardians also to take charge on what their children are watching. So if you have a 10-year-old and I have a 10-year-old, these are 2 10-year-olds. So you as a parent, you are able to understand what can my child take? What effect will this have on my child? Because you know your child better than anyone else. So PG-10 basically is an advisory. We are advising the children, the parents, that this content may not be suitable for children under the age of 10, but then the decision is left for the parents because we do not want to take all your parental rights. So when it comes to PG-16, when it comes to 16 rating, this is legally restrictive. Legally restrictive, it means that any person under the age of 16 should not be allowed to watch. So if I come to your premise, if you are a parent and you are exposing children under the age of 16 to 16 rating content, then you'll be violating their rights and you'll be subjected to other laws. When it comes to 18 is also legally restrictive for person under the age, for not suitable for people under the age of 18. If you are a cinema theater, you're a video show, you are showing an 18 movie and we come and find minors in your premises, then you'll be held liable. When it comes to what is the board doing to promote quality production? As you look at our act, we start with creation. So in creation, we'll try to sieve out what is not good. And then we'll come to classification. We'll try and sieve out what is not good. But then I must admit, we cannot do everything. That's why we also rely on public. So when you see something, when you, I must admit there are some things that will not pass through us, but it will go to the public. Then the onus will be on the public to to make that recommendation. Because let me tell you, we are as a board, we have employees. We are less than 200 all over the country. We cannot monitor everything, and that's why we also we come up with other regulation like self-classification regulations, whereby the platforms can regulate themselves. And then when it comes to so I think that's were the only questions on classification.
Sorry, there was one question about independent filmmakers and professional filmmakers. That was a proposal that was actually made, and we have been looking at the dynamics of categorizing these things. So in the next, because the regulations are reviewed periodically, this is something that we had actually said we would consider so that we can understand the dynamics of, the filmmaking. So who are you? Are you an amateur? Are you a professional? What is the level of your experience? I think you saw even in your survey that there was a question like that. Please do the survey. It will answer some of these questions for us. It will also help us to get an understanding of the industry. So it has that. So if you're 1 year to 3, I didn't see when I asked a question whether anyone was between 1 to 3, no one raised their hand. So I believe you're all seasoned. So hapa kuna mahali umenidanganya. So yes, so these are the things that we want to actually do with respect to policy and regulatory review. So thank you for that as well.
Thank you, Tim, for the answers. By there, I know everybody has a question, not one, not too many. But some you'll get from the handbook, others you'll have to go to our website, and others we are still around. Let's mingle during over lunch and just continue asking the questions. This was just the beginning. Somebody asked there about partnerships. Yes. KFCB is interested in working together and in collaboration with like-minded partners, and this should be those who are not just anything and anything passes and goes because they are like-minded and partners. It depends on what we are like-minding in. So in our case, with the creatives, and they should be in a position at least to whatever they are doing is going to spur the industry growth for job creation, empowering creatives, and along those lines. I know even here in Kisumu, we began with the, you said Mosaic is a title. Yes, Manyata Youth Center, that is the CEO is Anthony Theobala, and we've done very well. He has produced many other people because of our partnership. And then Naweza is also a product that came from there, and where we've partnered before. And others that I may not even be in a position to remember or to name. So we don't partner with individuals. We partner with associations, we partner with groups which have come together and they are legal entities. But for that information, one, on our website, you'll see something about partnerships. When you want to partner, you write to us, you send your whatever request to info@kfcb.go.ke. And when you want to partner, maybe you have a film festival or an event like you have, you ask the question, ensure that all these other things are right. Whatever it is that you want us to launch with you, you've taken a filming license, it has been rated well, and when all the rest are in place, we can discuss. Ama namna gani? There's a question you need to answer. So he's going to answer one last question, and when he is done, I will give you the next stage. So what next?
Thank you. The gentleman in, I guess it's maroon, I hope I'm not colorblind, asked the question why you should renew your certificate. I think there's a difference between a certificate of registration that is issued by the Register of Companies and one that is issued by a regulator. That certificate comes with terms and conditions. And most of the time, the terms and conditions are pegged on compliance. So whilst we are talking about issuing the certificate, you're also expected as a film agent. Like I said, it's a job that comes with a very high stake or high stakes. So we definitely expect you to ensure that the foreigner is compliant with the laws of the land, and that even for yourself as an agent, remember, An agent can acquire licenses for themselves and for the foreigner. So there are instances where people forget where to draw the line. So they'll acquire licenses for foreigners and not for themselves. Then we bump into your content, which you've created. And that's why I'm saying it is a regulatory document that comes with clear terms and conditions which have to be met. We do not ask for the documents again because we already have them in the system unless you want to update them. But we don't ask for the registration documents the second time or even subsequent times. With regard to the issue or the issues that have been raised, first of all, thanks so much for the proposals you've given with regard to fees and how we can structure them. But again, it's important for me to mention that as creatives, you also have a responsibility. And this is where we fail. When there are any laws or regulations that are being developed, it's our responsibility to be part of the process, and that is guaranteed by the Constitution, where we are saying public participation is mandatory. But if it's made mandatory and we try reaching out to you and you do not give feedback, now some things will just pass. Sinukweli. So that is a constitutional responsibility bestowed on you, which you have to practice. So whenever we are reviewing our documents, we publish them as per the law. We also conduct stakeholder engagement forums, the way Eunice has indicated. And we really pray that whenever we call upon you to give your feedback on our proposals, based on the proposals you've given now, you should actually be able to do so. And by so doing, we'll actually be creating facilitative regulations and even laws for this sector. Thank you.
Redemptor, you have anything you forgot? Okay.
So on that, so I said we had 4 ratings, but under the current proposal, we've introduced PG-13. So once the guidelines are out and gazetted, we'll also like to see your input. Thank you.
Asante. Okay, there'll be one question there. Tuendele, it's in your interest. We will take, the questions came only from the gentlemen. Let me now also take ladies. There's a lady there. Meanwhile, the songbirds, you get ready. We are just about to close. We'll be closing with you. I will also ask, I'm going to take 3 questions or okay, at most 4, and then wengine pia waandike tuandike na unaandika nini yako hapo chini. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. We stop at that. Start.
Hello, my name is Shanice Oduk. So in regards to filmmaking, there are sites that are actually free, have free images and free video clips that are not subjected to copyright, and that's Pixel and Pixabay. So if a filmmaker wants to have a scene of, let's say, a wildlife, and he uses or they use a clip from the free sites and they submit it to KFCB for classification and stuff, will that be an offense from the filmmaker?
Good afternoon. I'm Sam Segele. Just back on licensing. Why can't we consolidate the licensing fees? Because I need to pay for the license from KFCB. If I go on location, there is a licensing for the counties. If I go to if we go to shoot in Masai Mara for wildlife, there is also another license from the wildlife. Why can't we for the drones? There is another license from KCAA. Why can't we consolidate the licensing, the fees, so that if I have one license, if I have one license from KFCB, I can be able to go to different locations. For example, documentaries. I'm a documentary filmmaker. If I go to, there is a place in Kisumu, Kiboswa. I always like giving example of Kiboso. Kiboso borders 3 counties. If I film the other side of the road, I'm in Kisumu County. I'm supposed to be paying Kisumu County. If I go to the other side, it's called Kapko. Kapko is in Nandi County. I'm paying Nandi. If I go to the other side, I'm in Nyangori, Viga County. I'm paying Viga County. And I'm also paying KFCB. Why can't we consolidate them so that we can have one licensing structure, one licensing fee? Thank you.
Hello, I'm Charlotte Mary Achila. So my question goes to in relation to classification, and you are talking about sex and nudity. In some case, let me say I have a film that I'm supposed to talk about gender-based violence and sexual gender-based violence and exploitation in the office spaces. Definitely, you don't want people to see these things, but in my film, I'm just trying to pass out a message that this affects people. So, would you deny me an opportunity to pass the message on?
Hello. Mine one is just to congratulate Odongo. Odongo, is he around? Odongo amefanya job poa sana. Nasikia mambo ya Netflix na huko kwetu hatunaga ma TV. Sijui ni aje. But one thing that I'd like to urge Kenya Film Classification Board is just a reminder. Sometimes back we had an idea of something like cinema mashinani. Bado ipo ama tuzidi kungoja? Hapo tu ndio niko.
Hello, my name is Okoth Pio, a writer, poet, actor, and culture enthusiast from Mama Grace Onyango Cultural and Social Center. So, before I ask my question, allow me to diss you kidogo. I think this forum of Q&A should always be a little larger because you also want feedback, right? It's not like you're informing us, you also need some feedback from us. Going forward, this one is going to KRA, and I believe since you are in a partnership, you are going to report to them. Since I've seen some instances which are on tax from KRA, so I was asking if there is any other kind of incentives, for example, in form of funding, that KRA can give to filmmakers apart from just tax incentives. Because from what I see, it means as a filmmaker, I have to make money. And that's when KRA is also able to get something from me. So it is on the principle of use money to make money. So can KRA also use money on filmmakers so that they get what they want to tax? They also have their challenges that they are grappling with, like tax education. So filmmakers can come in and play a role to actually encourage people to pay taxes and do a lot of tax education. And in return, KRA funds the filmmakers. Then finally, this is a question to KFCB. How successful has KFCB been in discharging its mandate by rating terms of percentage? And the reason why I'm asking this is because most of the content consumed, more content is not classified. The content that is classified is less. This is because of social media, which, as she noted, is not very easy to regulate. So if you evaluate yourself as KFCB by percentage, how many percent have you been able to discharge your mandate? Thank you.
Good afternoon, everyone. Yeah, I'm Steve Benson, a filmmaker. I just have 3 questions. First of all, it's a suggestion to the regional KFCB here because we realized after paying for all the licenses when we were launching our latest film, Doho, we had to liaise with somebody to give us the certificate all the way from Nairobi. So ilibidi aende kwa kuria kwa ofisi zenu Nairobi, aende kuria, then aeke so that we can have the certificate here. So I think the regional office can make it easier for us to get the certificate after actually paying for everything and having it here. My second point is this is a little bit sensitive. We can't lie. LGBT kuna pesa, right? Na hasa wanatoa pesa mingi tena sana. Remember, as you can see in Kisumu, it takes time for us to do film. Like in a 3-year time, that's when the film moja inatoka. But wale wako na pesa, and we can produce films from them. Wakinipatia script as a producer, will you guys accept my script? Number 3. After you guys have given us terms and conditions and everything, all those things that we need to do, me as a content consumer, if I consume those things by mistake, who takes the blame? Can I sue KFCB for consuming content that doesn't make sense? But then nowadays there are so many TV stations, and I don't think those things are being regulated on whatever we watch. There are even some real sex in such films. So can I sue you guys? The way you can sue us and give us a penalty of 100,000. Thank you.
We go by those, I believe there are around 9 to 10 questions. So, Marcos, you are ready to go? Or okay.
My friend, I'll guarantee you that the question on LGBTQ will be handled by our learned friend. So allow me to skip that first. I appreciate the proposal. First, I don't want to forget the lady from this side. I think this side has been very quiet. Stock footage, that aspect of stock footage is interesting. Anyone, you see, even the person who is creating stock footage is basically exposing it to the potential buyer, right? And I think what is important here, before you get any stock footage, because if it's shot in Kenya, when it comes to us, we'll want to see where, the filming license that was obtained during filming. So it's important, because I know there are people who acquire licenses to actually gather stock footage. So it's up to you to find out whether they follow the due process for them to have that footage and sell it to you. The other question is with regard to consolidation of licenses. This is something we've also been really talking about. Remember, to consolidate, it basically means you need to look at the respective mandates. For instance, is it possible to consolidate a permit to fly an aircraft with a permit to just film? Let's look at a drone as an aircraft, because that is how it's classified. Is it possible to consolidate those two? But again, you're also looking at the other clearances, so to say, that are issued for purposes of filming. So for us, we are working as an institution to reach out to other agencies, including our county governments, to see how we can harmonize the licensing system, because it is actually the licensing system that is the problem. So we are looking at any other person who is licensing and how we can harmonize those licenses. And once we achieve that, then we'll also be able to harmonize the fees that are charged. So that will be taken as a proposal, which we've received before, and we're going to pursue it to the very tail end. There's also the Redemptor. You'll have heyday with sex and nudity. So let me leave you to that. Cinema Mashinani, thanks for bringing that up. we've been working on it. And by the way, for those who are in Nairobi, how many of us have been to the Nairobi Film Center? We are running a facility called the Nairobi Film Center, the former Nairobi Cinema. How many of us have been there? So we do not know there's a facility. By the way, if you want an exhibition space in Nairobi, most of them are full and they're more expensive. So we established a facility. We acquired a facility where we acquired it to set up our regulatory infrastructure, but we are also giving it out to the industry at very affordable rates. So that is where you find their premiers. People like Abel Mutua use that facility with their premiers, and most of them are picking them. But it's a multi-purpose facility. It's not only for screening, but you can also use, thespians also can use the same. So nimesikia theatrics ensemble or something. So I think you also have, do we have thespians on this side? I think we do. Yes. So if you want to reach the markets on the other side, you can easily use that space at affordable rate. And it's part of Cinema Mashinani. So we started with the physical infrastructure. Whatever else you see outside the physical infrastructure is the mobile version of that infrastructure. And I don't want to preempt, but hopefully before the end of this year, some of you should be joining us to now roll out the Cinema Mashinani on the wheels. So it is something that is happening soon. I also take note of the Q&A. It's just that sometimes we run out of time, but our approach to stakeholder engagement is not just giving you information. We want as much feedback as possible, because that is what is going to inform even how we execute our mandate and the regulations that we're putting in place to support the growth of the industry. So we appreciate that, and we'll try as much as possible to give time to Q&A sessions. On incentives for KRA, I would like to preempt that together with the government, other government agencies, we've developed a draft. We've been involved in the development of a draft incentives framework for the film industry. So there is an incentives framework, and we've explored what is even happening, best practices. There are countries that went to, giving out funds, but they've not been able to, those are like cash rebates. There are countries that have gone for cash rebates where you spend the money and they give you money back. They've not been able to sustain that. So there are different types of incentives. And remember, these incentives are given by the National Treasury, for which KRA is a part of. Yeah? They're under the National Treasury as a ministry. So we hope that once we have the incentives framework for the industry, because the incentive frameworks, the framework is for both local and foreign filmmakers. We also want to interact. I know there are filmmakers who've benefited from the expertise and the experience that the foreign filmmakers are bringing into the country. It's not just foreign exchange. So we are working towards promoting both the local film industry and the foreign film industry through an incentives framework. So that should sort that. I will not guarantee you that you can get funding as an incentive from them. I will not guarantee you. When we engage stakeholders, I like being candid, because there are things that are doable and there are things that are not doable. But with the incentives framework for the industry, I think that will be supportive for the sector. Finally, from me, that is also a recommendation. Filmmakers can help KRA undertake tax education. So that is a recommendation we will deliver. Now there are aspects of classification. I think I don't want to take words out of her mouth. And of course, our learned friend should be able to respond to you adequately.
Okay, thank you for your question on sexual gender-based violence. As I said, when you are classifying the film, we are not just looking at the content that is in the film. We're also looking at the context. How is this film being? How is this subject matter being presented? I also want to say that when you are developing the classification guidelines, we are cognizant of the prevailing regulation. What does other law says? And also we are in cognizance of the cultural aspect where we live in. And my understanding is gender-based violence is something that we need to talk about, and it's part of the element in our classification guidelines. So when I'm looking at gender-based violence in a film, I'll be looking at the context. In what context is it being presented? Is it being promoted? Is it being glorified? Or is it being condemned? Is it being vilified? So those are the things we look at. For example, if you're promoting, you've made a film in a manner to suggest that this gender violence can be something good or something that basically is just disrespectful or just vilifying a certain gender, now that film will not pass. But if your message is to vilify, if your message is to inform and to empower people about gender-based violence, then your film will of course will pass, but with certain ratings. For example, if there was let's take for example rape. In a film, you can talk about rape, yes? You can show it, you can explicitly show it, or you can just say it, or you can imply it. Depending on how you present it, it will receive that rating. For example, you decide to be explicit, you decide to show it, it may get a higher rating. Remember, in your audience, there might be someone who has undergone through that. We do not want to victimize the victims again, do we? No. But then also and if you are talking about rape, for an adult like me, I will understand. But for a 9-year-old, why would I want to put a 9-year-old through that? So that film may get a higher rating. But if it was implied, there was no scene that it was shown that rape actually happened, but it was implied, it might get a PG or a 16 rating, depending on the message you're trying to show. So as a filmmaker, you have the creative license to do whatever you want with your themes, with your subjects. But for us, we are just looking at, is it appropriate for a child? Would I want to subject a 16-year-old to this? Would I want to subject a 10-year-old to this? So those are the kind of things we are looking for. So context, frequency, the tone. So you're not saying do not make such film. You have the creative license to make such a film. Okay, when it comes to our success rate in classification of film, I want to say between 2019 and 2020, we had received a lot of films for classification. So in the last 3 years, we had 560 films submitted for classification. And then the subsequent year, we had over 800 films submitted for classification. And then in last year, we had 1,030 films submitted for classification. So you see, we are improving, we are going somewhere. And then another thing, our major milestone is having Netflix classifying their content using our classification guidelines. If you go to Netflix right now, the classification you see, those are the classification of the board. And currently we are working with we are trying to onboard other content. If you go to Showmax, every local content on Showmax, if you produce for Showmax, you know you're supposed to submit your content for classification. So we are working. We also want to bring in broadcasters and other platforms to so that we can achieve that high compliance. When it comes to consumer protection on let's say our broadcasting station, we do not regulate broadcasting station. We are just concerned with the content. But then should they violate any violation they should make, then in Kenya, communication authority will come in. So because the communication authority is the one who licenses broadcasters. So if you see anything on our free-to-air television and you feel like you've been you've been violated, then they are liable. So KFCB will not be liable. The person who exhibit, the platform in which that content was found will be liable, not KFCB. But I think I'll let Eunice elaborate on that. When it comes to LGBTQ matter, when it comes to classification, I'll speak on the classification aspect. We are not saying do not produce content on LGBTQ. We are just concerned with the treatment. Are you glorifying it? Are you promoting it? Then it comes to it's one of the elements in our classification guidelines. Thank you.
I'll work backwards. If you consume content by mistake, now, sasa, hata wewe. You cannot sue us for that which you fell into. However, you can make a complaint against that which you watched by mistake. And then you remember there's an aspect of possession. So not only will the tables turn on you, might be arrested for being in possession of accidental content. So be careful. Just to be careful. But that's on a light note. But yes, with respect to consumption, yes, you can bring it to our attention that it is not classified, because everything that is classified should have a rating that is assigned by the board with those with that iconography. With respect to the first question that Shanice had asked, I think with the stock footage. Okay, me, I'm a lawyer. Me, I don't know what those things are. What is stock footage? Me, all I had was copyright infringement. So it is a copyright infringement. So you might need to acknowledge there's that. Remember the aspect of there's your work and there's someone else's work. So you need to acknowledge that the work is not yours in your film. So that is a copyright issue. Perhaps you can, like I said, we have the contacts of Kekobo. If you wish to discuss it any further, you can see me on Nilipe Kando as a lawyer. Takusaidia. What was the other one? I think they actually answered most of these questions, didn't they? With regard to consolidation, I'll emphasize we have been for the longest time since devolution actually is the interpretation of the fourth schedule of the Constitution with respect to what the county can charge and what the national government can charge and what they are called. So with respect to filming, there's only one filming license in the country, and that is issued by the national government, and that is the Kenya Film Classification Board. What the counties do charge are permits and any other incidental fees for the running or for the use of amenities. This has been a discussion that we've had. I think we've had this discussion with you as well. It is a long process, but it is one that, when successful, will be to the benefit of not only you, but also other business people. You cross another county, you pay cess. So it is an issue that cuts across all sectors, not just the film sector, and it is something that has been in close discussion between us and the IGTRC, which is the intergovernmental agency with respect to the county and the national government. However, those are discussions that will come in. Was there any other question that you hadn't answered? No. The LGBTQ, we've already answered. It is with respect to the classifiable elements and what is legal and what is being pronounced in a legislative instrument. For the tax incentives and for these other agencies, remember, for consolidating with also other agencies, remember, filming is not a core mandate, for example, of the KCAA. It is not a core mandate for the Kenya Wildlife Service. These are incidental functions that they have. So the consolidation of it may not be as straightforward as we would like it to be. We understand your frustrations, but also you understand that there are different requirements from different agencies with different other core functions. And we are, like Marcos had said, it is a collaborative effort to see how to put these things together so that it is a seamless process from end to end. But something like, for example, a drone is an issue of national security. That is not something to be taken lightly. So you understand the dynamics of each agency and what they have with respect to their mandate and with their functions. I think I'm seeing the bad looks on my left, so I will stop there.
Eunice, utapata kanini slap kidogo. Okay, I believe, as I said, we cannot finish with this. Kindly keep engaging us. You can also write to us at info@kfcb.go.ke, and we'll keep engaging you. Again, as we said, for the other organizations, we've given you the contacts so that you can engage them as much as possible. We have Mbutu. Mama. That one, anybody who works in the regional office around here, watu wa Kakamega, those ones are within the region, and I believe there's somebody also here. He also said where the office is. Please keep engaging them, keep them busy. Keep us busy through info. We will also talk to you. But once you have those people, you have them, Kakamega, you have these ones here. We have another office in Kakamega. So just keep us engaged. Kaini chini, please. Let's give it up for my colleagues, please, to apigie makofi. Where are the songbirds? We are just about to close, and this is not the end of it. It is just the beginning. Obala, you were told. Something is coming up. We don't want to preempt about sinema mashinani. And as you are told, kuna wale hata labda wale tulianza nao sinema mashinani. You will like what it is, and it's not far. It's just about to arrive. So we are going to have the songbirds who are coming here to assist us in closing. Once we close, you know where you had your tea. You are going to have your lunch there. Once you've had your lunch, please, you come back here where you will meet our people. Una sign ukiondoka. Una sign. The people who came wakahepa. Kuna mtu alingisha tu info kwa ile form ilikuwa pale. Amekaa nyumbani. Mumekaa, mmesikiza, you've learned, you've put your effort, you are serious people. So we will be talking to you. Mwende lunch, you'll go for lunch, you come back, you go and sign there to close. And then finally, before we go for lunch, you've been requested. We are just going to see how many of us can manage to come here. We take a group picture. Once we are done with the group picture, then we will, so we begin with the songbirds. After the songbirds, we'll have the group picture. After the group picture, we'll go for lunch. After lunch, mnapitia pale. Please remember usanii, safe for all. It is trending. You can go there, you can still take your pictures, or you can just go, if you're on Twitter, continue retweeting. There is the QR code, it's there. Kindly for the survey, so that you tell us more of what you think. It will help us to make informed decisions. Unless there's somebody with a really, really burning issue, unaweza kutuona kando. I want to take this opportunity to thank you, Kisumu people. You are wonderful people. By the way, I'm one of you. Tukimaliza hivi, mimi mtu wa Kisumu pale, jirani ya Anthony pale ni Manyata hapo tu. Ukimaliza roundabout ukiingia hivi, ile inashukilia ni mimi hapo. Sasa we meet as people of here. Kama tunaanguka nayo tunaanguka pamoja. Kama tunafanya ile mambo ingine napatikananga hapa, kini you are good people. We've seen you being good, and continue with this. Let's work together. As I said, if you have an individual issue, kama ule na partnership, just write to us. We are not promising, we will not promise you heaven and then not even give you clouds, but we will reach somewhere together. So thank you very, very much. I want to request one of you, kuja hapa after we've finished with the songbirds, atatuombea ile ya kufunga, akiombea hiyo lunch. My colleagues, thank you very much. Songbirds, give us the song from the birds.
Kuna jamaa mcha Mungu, kisura ameokoka, akaja kwangu akisema na machungu,
kuniona nikiteseka
vile inafaa, akanichocha, nikaitika kwenda naye, nikaambiwa atanishika mkono, sana yangu isambaye baada ya miaka tu. Nikadhani nabadilika, kumbe anakula kwangu.
Harambee, niaje wase?
Tujiunge.
Niaje wase? Mko fiti? We go by the name Songbirds, a group of 3. Unfortunately, leo tumetembea wawili. There's a girl missing due to unavoidable yeah. Iyo. So because of time, we'll just go to the performance, okay? DJ, take it away. By the show of love, just put your hands. Thank you.
Sema. Tujiunge,
tuinuane, tusemezane, tukija pamoja tutafika mbali.
Kuna jamaa mcha Mungu,
kisura ameokoka,
kaja kwangu akisema na machungu,
kuniona nikiteseka,
vile inafaa, akanichocha, nikaitika kwenda naye,
nikaambiwa atanishika mkono,
sana yangu isambaye
baada ya miaka tu. Nikadhani nabadilika,
kumbe anakula kwangu. Harambee,
tujiunge, tuinuane, tusemezane, tukija pamoja tutafika mbali. Tuinuane, tusemezane, tukija pamoja tutafika mbali. Mziki wa timadi, talanta wa dhirondi, Ludi wa duonga di, ngama konyi onge. Mziki wa timadi, talanta wa dhirondi, Ludi wa duonga di, ngama konyi onge. Kinena leo, kaleo ni eruna, o kaleo na sungora, to wadwa leo na ongera. Harambee, tuinuane, tusemezane, tukija pamoja tutafika mbali. Thank you very much.
Hello, colleagues in the tent. You hold on. People will, they'll go for lunch and then they'll come back to sign out after they have gone for lunch. So those who are still in the tent, kujeni tu hapa tafadhali tupige ile picha, those who can come. You take your meal cards from the tent as you go. Wanasema ni Waluya. My God, kumbe mashemeji pia. Ebu kujeni. You never know what this picture might do for you, so you had better. Okay, pick for me my name. Kata. So the food is blessed in the name of the Father, the Son, and the Holy Spirit. Amen.